Alright, welcome back, lovely people. Today is day 15, getting close to the midway point here of Inktober 2023. Today's prompt is Dagger. Now, this, when I saw this prompt a little bit ago, there are a lot of random thoughts that rattle in my head, you know, not necessarily from an art perspective, but I'm not the biggest on weapon knowledge, like bladed weapon knowledge. So we're gonna have to bend just a little bit, because this is about what my interpretation of the prompt inspires me to draw, right? So as far as my general knowledge goes, video games help out quite a bit, especially when it comes to like the mechanical side of RPG hybrid games, right? Typically we let's just say generalize into blunt, that involves like bashing things and whatnot, and then there's piercing, which also involves stabbing things, and then there's slashing, right, which is cutting things. So I usually think, when I think about the word dagger, I usually think about a stabbing item. And sure enough, when you brainstorm that, you go down a, rabbit hole of a lot of jargon, colloquials, maybe even cultural schisms between what is qualified as what arbitrarily, I would say. So for me, a dagger largely involves stabbing things, and stabbing objects, or stabbing, bladed objects tend to be, they come to a point and they tend to be bladed in, they have like edges careening like away from the point, so that when you stab something, the blade cuts at the point of piercing. So my first thought was, all right, I know what I feel it's a dagger. But even more than that, and this is going to be a very touchy subject for, those weapon masters out there, and maybe even the internet expert. But for my interpretation, because of my longer tenure in Asian culture, a lot of times, my hyper exposure to it, I suppose, I actually think of a kunai, and that led me down an even deeper rabbit hole, you see. So the kunai is often associated or paired with the search result knife, but knives are typically for cutting. And I mean, we're not going to even go to the background of kunai. Kunai is actually not necessarily a weapon originally, but let's just go with like the pop culture stuff, we're talking about video games here, right? So kunai typically is shown, associated with shinobis, and it's often thrown, and it does act as a piercing object. So I'm thinking of a kunai. So long story short, it's way longer than that, because mine moves at like 1,000 times the pace of my speech right now. All the way from the dagger, all the way to a kunai. So that will be the showpiece. Now the catch is, I could, as any person who might draw stuff every single day, which I don't, draw an incredibly embellished kunai sitting on a table and call it a day, right? But actually, the kunai is going to be like the focal point. But I think in my composition, a kunai, the dagger, reminds me of specific things. And, you know, historically, it tends to be either it tends to be entertainment related. So in this case, it is video game related. It's actually also inspired from something I attempted to draw previously. And this struck a really interesting, another relation that I wasn't expecting, but bear with me. This is how my brain process things and create mind palace links so that I don't forget these memories. So when I think of a kunai, I have an affinity for animals, but generally speaking, the vast majority of my themes so far has been a spin on something that is similar to a red panda, right? I did a piece earlier, I think it was the Wander piece on day 11, where Wander gives me that sense of wanderlust, and it led to Okami, I forgot the artist name again. Let's actually mention the artist name. I don't want to do a disservice to who was like the major art director. At least mention the major art director. Hideki Kamiya? I hope that's him. Oh, he's the writer and director of it. I guess. Let's see here. Artists. Oh, there are a lot of artists actually. Well, let's just give our hats off to Clover Studios and director Hideki Kamiya. Now, I had trouble adapting the red panda to the red-white motif of Okami, but you know, the reason why I chose Okami was the Wanderlust thing. But Okami is a combat game as well, which it featured Amaterasu wielding things, especially a sword. And you know what? By coincidence, or not really a coincidence, I just didn't make that connection until now, thanks to brainstorming for Inktober, I suppose. There's another canine buddy in gaming history that is incredibly iconic as well, who also features exactly the same color scheme. And it was so peculiar that I was curious if there was an overlap between the artists, but there aren't. And I'm talking about oh no. Koromaru. Koromaru is the dog in Persona 3, which I have yet to visit personally revisit again, but it was one of the last PlayStation 2 games I've played and owned and purchased 3 times over actually, back in the day when DLCs were not very friendly to consoles. So Koromaru happens to also be a combat dog or canine family, Amaterasu being a wolf, right? And he actually wields, I think it's a male dog. Well, might have to reconvene on that actually, but let's just make sure. Yes. So Koromaru that is a Shiba Inu, which is like the closest thing you can probably get to a wolf representation, and he uses the white red scheme too, which makes me think if there's like a higher level cultural coincidence with this type of representation, because remember, we also have to think about the Japanese theme, like the Japanese flag, right? The Japanese lore and culturalism with the idea of being white, like white of purity, and then the red sun, right? Like the representation of the rising sun and all that. It's a very characteristic and reoccurring thing. So Koromaru is actually a white Shiba Inu with red eyes. And that's actually the subject we're going to use today as our reference. So we're paying an homage to, I believe, the most notable name. Obviously, there are a lot more people who work on the Persona series, but one of the biggest person who served as art director almost all the time, and he is the character designer for almost every single subsequent game after Shin Megami Tensei, Shin Megami Tensei, yes, 2, I think. So his name is Shigenori Soejima. So Soejima is the guy who did these character designs. So I want to like give a shout out to Soejima, who more or less served as character designer since the breakout hit Persona 3, which Koromaru is featured in Persona 3. Since then, he did work on a not like exact direct prior to Shin Megami Tensei. So thank you for being inspirational, and let's think about this for a moment. So we're gonna take the character, and I typically do my own spin on it because it forces me out of the box, right? So most of these Inktober prompts, as per usual, I don't paint or do things every single day. So in these months, it has to be like bashing with lots of study and various experiments. Some of these prompts go wrong really well. They go wrong in a very funny way, in my opinion, in a very great learning experience way. Actually, sometimes the most disaster ones are the ones that really leave a lot of learning lessons and whatnot. Today, we're going to take Koromaru, add our spin on it. So we're not drawing a Shiba Inu, of course, but we will integrate the iconic homage that we've done previously. And there's one thing that I would say Soejima, he's not like, we're not talking about originators or something, but Soejima's style, like the stylization and composition, both compositionally, so the like the excessive curl lines and the huge silhouettes and the box arting and whatnot, that thing is de facto the trendsetter now. It's like, in terms of animation and gaming, even filtering down to indie things, it's, I would say it's an understatement to not highlight at least actually an incredible big field of animation and visual to this guy now, because that stylization of the Persona series is, I would argue, significantly creating a new generation of artists who uses that type of stylization, both compositionally and like technically, like as in like mechanically, where you have like and we're not talking about him being the originator or the studio being the originator, but not, more like promoting the trend. It is the de facto trend for that now. Like a lot of times when people see like urbanization with like a incredibly sharp lines and shadowing, and then you have like very eccentricity urban wear and whatnot uh behind like an incredibly stylized and edgy kind of command of colors and whatnot. All that stuff really comes back down to Persona again. Like it's very difficult to not get that vibe, even for individuals who don't ever play the series. Like it leaves such a visual impact, in my opinion, obviously, and I think it's understated. So, just a longer digression today because all that stuff is uh very influential, in my opinion. Okay, so because of that style, compositionally, we're obviously paying an homage to Persona 3. So compositionally, we'll be integrating what makes uh, Koromaru stick out. And I'm probably going to draw like a different proportion one because I'm not the greatest with converting, or like I'm still not that great on the proportions and scaling of our OC character that we're using to fill everything in. So it's difficult when I look at a dog and then try to change. It takes a really long time. So we're going to stay away from that for today. The focus today is to utilize a skill that, or a technique, a rendering technique that I haven't used in a while, actually. I think I used it once last year, where we're going to use print and maybe even cross hatching. We might not do cross hatching. The idea is that we evolve from, like, we add other techniques to it. So Persona has this really great stylization where it emphasizes like there's this great fade into using like repeated patterns when it comes to rendering. It's not just coloring, but it's like the background would have like 4 parallel lines in different angles, or like a star pattern, or you have like polka dots perfectly shaded, like just the use of screen tone layering that. And that might sound familiar because Persona has been doing that for a while. Like that artist has been doing that for a while, but that type of thing is trending incredibly right now in like motion pictures and whatnot, where you use elements that are more or less taking command of what's used to be old stuff, like animes, like anime or manga, specific manga, where to save time in the background, right? You would use screen tones or things that increases time. But nowadays, since we're stepping away from hyperrealism, sort of, sort of, and more marrying visual stylization on top of realism, right? Um, these screen tones are now being like these types of repeated patterns in screen tones create this like elegant form that can be used in a different purpose. And historically, for me, I've always envisioned using these screen tones or even cross hatching, more of a hand thing, right? Cross hatching is more of a hand thing, but that is still a repeated pattern. And I did one experimentation with cross hatching. I think it was the poker thing. I think the prompt was gamble, where I did the whole thing just cross hatching, outside of the line concept. But I always felt, in my opinion, that there's an opportunity to integrate cross hatching into personas to like it's just a step away from what that Soejima does. So we're gonna introduce maybe some cross hatching, or maybe some like screen tones that they typically use. So let's see how that goes. I suppose. And why did you end? All right. 20-minute intro, not too bad. We're also not gonna draw the full version of the character. Probably like a stunted, more chibi-ish version because requires less detail line work. All right. Get into. All right. I'm gonna do the most unimpressive first pass. So typically my first pass, actually yesterday's first pass went pretty well. So let's see. Yeah, short ears. Once again, you know, I have to emphasize that I don't do any formal training or techniques or anything like that. More of a discovery process. So what I typically do is I nebulously warp lines into my form that I want. That's just how I do be going it. Not a professional, you know. I just try to capture the form of the subject based on a reference. And eventually I use my mind's eye, or not really my mind's eye, I guess. I use my actual eyeballs, including my mind's eye, to look at the actual line that I want to keep. So even in all this mess, right, I'm looking for a specific line, and eventually I'll get it. And this is intentional. I know there are a lot of, I mean, I do consume a lot of artists, their talks about their strategies and their approaches and whatnot, and I understand that. Just perhaps if I were super concerned about teaching a specific way for a specific industry or whatnot, sure. But I am not that. What I tend to focus on is a lifestyle, a skill, practice of skill that is sustainable to me. So this is the skill that I've learned to embrace. That's my approach that I learned to embrace. It's probably pretty. I would probably agree, say that for certain. Not one thing that I hear a lot, even from people that I like to watch artwork from, that their thing is, hey, you know, chicken scratches. That's not so great. Not so great, but I don't call these chicken scratches. Kind of a little bit, arguably slightly a little bit demeaning to use that phrase nowadays. I mean, for me, I kind of embrace it, I suppose. Almost like many other things, like nerd, geek. Things have somewhat changed on that front. Honestly, to me, it's I might have embraced this more because of just seeing the difference, right? Appreciating the process, I suppose. I haven't ever drawn clothes on a four-legged friend yet, so that's different. This kind of helps me imagine what it would look like. It's creating the I think this makes it a little bit more entertaining to see where the beginning results. So right now, we're not going as hard on getting it right or the proportions right, because we gotta change the proportions too as well. Well, so far this is going meh, very meh, but that's usually how it goes. Just trust the process. Okay. So this is my attempt at oh, so far it's looking really awkward. He's so far three-legged, right? Let's add a fourth here. Let's add a fourth leg back here. Okay. Well, also have to add. Definitely have to add. I might have to take a closer look at the... I might have to take a closer look at the wing things. I already know why it looks weird. But we're just here to draw the shape for now. So it has like a button. Yeah, it looks like a button, right? Yeah. Oh. It looks like a button with an X in it. Okay. What's weird right now is... Take this back a little. Right. And then... to stretch this part. Right. Had to stretch this part. And need more kind of like definition on this. Oh, maybe like a slight butt lift. And then okay. I'm gonna say it's really that easy. No, I'm kidding. Kidding. And then oh, we must not forget actually the thing has like kind of like this. Maybe something like this. Yes, so we gotta make these little knobby things bigger, probably. Or it can make the head gigantic. Okay. That's okay. That's our, that's what we're referencing. Or like... Like, MAKU, where's the kunai at? You just gotta imagine it in your mind's eye. Where the kunai might be. you know, where the whole point of the prompt is, actually, the whole point of the prompt is to inspire you to draw something. I think that, in my opinion, it's limiting your potential by being too literal, right? Artwork is a higher level of creativity that also includes your intellectual components, your life experiences, you know, a lot of things that define yourself. So limiting yourself to the task literally is a great practice in logic and in objectivity, I suppose, but we're doing artwork here. As much as you want to be objective about artwork, that is certainly underutilizing something. All right, so all right, it's not that big of a leap what we're going to do. We're probably just more or less replacing their heads and then adding our own spin. All right. One thing to note about Soejima's work is that it's incredibly clean. Like, what I mean is, it's very appropriate for like the gaming media. Like, when it comes to rendering and stuff, it's incredibly crisp and sharp. We're gonna deviate from that. This is, after all, an homage, but homage in composition alone, I suppose. Although I would have to say, the Doge, the Shiba Inu is not the Koromaru wouldn't be the most referential to this artist's style, because the style is really in like the idea of integrating urban wear and whatnot. Like, this collar is incredibly urban wear, like, and adding a shirt, the armband, it's a lot of that type of little touches. And then the characters themselves, like their hair and their hats and accessories, it's incredibly hip. Okay. All right. Let's try. So now we're going into single lines. We can embrace like the curly, like hold up. Let me take a look at. I almost feel like I want to integrate the persona characters, like waviness in their hair and whatnot, into like the more recent ones. How do they do the curly locks? Ooh, that's kind of tough. That's really long too. I was going to departure from. I don't know if I can do that. So like I was thinking maybe like integrate like the hairstyle that like the chaotic, no, that's tough. Give no, that's too much. We're doing too much. Gotta stay focused. So we'll do it a different way. Like Hmm. Which way are you facing? So would it be like this, but then we go like that? Or nah, I think we're just gonna make it like side facing. So that's okay. Good enough. I don't think we have to change the ears too much. The ears are gonna be like facing this way, right? I'm gonna try to make it almost aggressively curly at points, just to give that main character, like the newer main character earliness. Angle, like, yes, sure. Like a back, we'll put it in the back, or we can put it in the front, like this. All right, so like that's the back. Say it'd be like this, right? No, we're gonna put them in the back. And we're gonna switch up the direction just so that it's a little bit more interesting, I suppose. This is fine. And maybe like guy's head is a lot blockier than usual. Maybe we should we might want to fan this out a little bit more. Ears are smaller than usual. okay. We're probably gonna have to do 2 passes on this. How are we changing this? Yep. Okay. Looks like here. Yes. That nose is gigantic. Good. Oh. If I make that too big, I'm gonna obstruct the I might obstruct the kunai. The whole reason for the prompt. But that's okay. And then we're obviously gonna integrate our the thing that we found the crown. I think I'm gonna keep always keep the crown now. Probably the most identifiable thing. Yeah, we're gonna change up the eye. I think the eye, we're just gonna fill it in. Like, they make it a large eye? Yes. I don't know if we're gonna make it red. You know, can mask that. Hmm. We're gonna do like the black eye and then just like a little dab, right? Yeah, because their eyes are... Just keep it... Um... Yeah, it's just like a black dot. Okay, I see it. So it has the color, it has a spot, it has a black outline, and just a dot. There is white though. Oh yeah. Oh well, not for this guy though. This guy, the eye occupies the entire... Okay. I almost feel like I wanna... Nah, that won't be necessary. We'll use we'll use the flare from... We'll use the flare from the fur pattern that we've been using to kind of give the eye a flare out. Honestly, it kind of looks like the guy's wearing a mask, which is very, very iconic when it comes to the most recent Persona game. Okay. I've become more progressively more and more more aggressive with these lines lately. So edgy. I don't want to become an edgelord. That seems like there's a chance I'm gonna end up becoming an edgelord. As per usual, I'm gonna attempt to always do these by hand in different directions. Obviously, I don't have the reproducibility of making them symmetrical. That's okay. There are also workarounds, but I'm not aiming to do those workarounds right now. Well, aren't you an edgy person now? Certainly look edgy. And now we gotta like football shape out a little bit, because you're no longer a dog. Okay. Okay, guess we're gonna try to curl this up, right? Goes without saying, like, you know, you just, for mind's eye purposes, you just gotta imagine, like, something like this. Something like this. Eventually we'll be right there. And that's the prompt. That's it. That little part is the only prompt. The only literal part of the prompt. That's where the inspiration came from. We'll change some. This is just the first pass. Okay, but we gotta get these things right, so... Actually... These were above, underneath. I don't know how big it should be. Okay. No, we definitely don't have the posture. Need more angle. These lines are too straight. I think we're gonna make this one. Make these things a little bit more curled up. As much as I want to be edgy, I feel like wavy lines are a bit more suited for cloth. I suppose using my, what I call this, an advantage? Distinct advantage? Not really. I do like my curly lines, so... Curly lines are more interesting to me. Okay. I think I went a little too forward here. Reel it back a little here. Maybe tying your feet? I think the joint is too far down, so probably like up here. Legs are weird. Legs are very weird. Especially when you're dealing with different proportions over and over again. That's gonna look hecka weird, no matter how I try. Uh, uh, then help. Okay. Oh no. Wait, what? Oh, okay. That's fine. There's something very, very, yikes right now. It's okay. We'll deal with it. Oh. Yes. Since I am looking over here. Stuff can be shorter. I think we're gonna make everything on the right slightly. Oh, actually. So. Yeah, I'm not making the guy look directly at. I don't want that. Really. Do I? Could make it look the way. It's fine. But the head is just hatched in some way. I gotta also. Opposition work. Ah, ooh, we'll work on the legs some more later. Ooh, legs are not going well. But just make them triangles and see what happens. So like hmm. Uh, we'll work on them later. It's fine. Yes, this is okay. I'm gonna turn the guys. So we reverse what we did. Instead, I turned his head a little bit and looking to the left. Part is still weird. Very subtle, but it's okay. Let's just continue. We're spending a lot of time online. The coloring, we're not doing that poorly right now. Guess we're gonna make this like shape. I can be better, but let's this can definitely be smaller. Probably. Something like that. quite getting that. I'm more looking for something like this. Yeah. Am I? Yeah. Good enough, I suppose. Oh, weird. Okay. Uh. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Good enough. If I keep messing with it, it's gonna. This is one of those moments where if you stare at it for too long, it's gonna. Not gonna work. Yeah, we'll work on this later. It's gonna. Hmm. That's kind of tough to imagine. Okay. Okay. Hmm. It's okay, word. Okay. Not the greatest, but I think we're using up too much time here. Why does he look so beefy? uh, can definitely shrink. Uh, definitely. Like the head ginormous? Oh, this actually looks a lot better. Because the thing is, the thing I'm drawing is quite stubby. Oh, come on, man. Okay, hold up. There. And then, Actually, that's fine. It's kind of... You've grown a lot cuter. Now you're... I really gotta reduce... I gotta normalize the feet. Make the smaller one. Yeah, we're gonna go over it again. One more time. One more time. Yeah, this is probably the reason why I don't do artwork for a living, right? This is what happens when you have to be like incredibly efficient and clean. Oh, but that's where the shirt is. Okay. Okay. I see some adjustments that I can do. Mainly here. Right. Hmm. Actually, kind of hard to start there, huh? Okay. Well, what's that though? Uh, gonna need. Oh, you know. Ah, yeah. Hold up. We could be fancy with this. Do I? It's too late in the stage to think about it, though. I don't want to like just throw in some part of me want to throw in some sort of reference, but I think putting in a putting in a red element is gonna make this nice too. I've gone definitely with all the days that I've experimented with ribboning. I'm pretty alright at it, actually. Need to be more aggressive here. Ooh, we could add like a hump to give it more depth. So like how does this work? It's like oh no. It goes like down here. Right? Oh, that's difficult to imagine. Nah, we can't do that. How does that work? It's probably something like... Nah, that's too difficult for me to, Instead, we're gonna do it like this way. Hmm. This is fine. Okay. And we're gonna color that red to make it pop with this thing. Although I guess he's already orange. That's okay. We can embellish this a lot, actually. But we're not gonna... We don't want to get carried away too much. As much as I love embellishing things. We gotta keep this, on the reasonable side. I think being in front be kind of weird. Why don't we just extend this? Out to here. It's a very long handle. Yes. Make the edge face up a little. Just kidding. It has to be with the little... It has to be with the handle. And then we have to center it. Okay. I should have drawn this on a different layer, but that's okay. We still have to go through it one more time. So... Trying to be... That's good enough. I don't know where. I don't know where to start. It's a slight adjustment. Honestly. Yeah, honestly, I'm just gonna add a little bit more length on the other end. Oh wait, that makes it really long, doesn't it? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this part does mask that. I don't know how I feel about that too. I think, move this so it doesn't obstruct. Something like that. I like my things in threes. I'm not a twos kind of guy, so I'm gonna add a third one. Whoops. And it's gonna be on the shorter side, right? Yeah. Nah. Nah, you got me. Two is good enough. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's try to draw this over. And then the coloring stuff is gonna be relative. I'm already 2 hours. What the heck? Alright. So let's just go top down and then no more changing. This is it. We gotta keep honest to our commitment to not spending 8 billion years ruminating. We know that emotionally and objectively, artwork is always incomplete. Hmm. Right. We have to adjust this part. Honestly. This part is okay. Uh, Honestly, I think it looks okay. Doesn't really need to be changed. Right, I need to get this part just to see if it's in where I want it. Yes, it's fine. Yeah, we'll stick with this. Yeah, we're not gonna do tears. I was gonna do like some weathering or like some deconstruction work. Make the stuff look like damaged or something, but that was a little too sharp. We pressed a little too hard there. Just need to increase velocity. Okay. Man, we really need to book it here. We're not gonna change any of the rest of the stuff, I guess. Now is the collar now too tall? I mean, too girthy? It's okay. We'll take it. It's kinda girthy. It's rather girthy. Okay. I have a solution to that, right? We take this, right? And just push it up. Okay. Okay. Oh no. It's kind of hard to kind of like this. It's too much curve here. Uh, uh. Okay. Forget it. Let's just stick with that. It has to do with this circle thing. Oops. Okay. Sure. Oh no. Good enough. Okay. I gotta stop adjusting. Oh, you know what? Something that we haven't done in a while is alternate lines. Like thin lines for back, thick lines for forward. Oh, that stuff I didn't practice at all. To make it like second nature. That's something we can work on in the future. Right now I'm just relying on my hand to just do most of the work with the pen. Right now it's just velocity differences and pressure differences. But it's random enough to make it look interesting. Just would be more interesting, I suppose. Adding slight curves here and there to the cloth. That looks a little bit more interesting. Maybe make it a little less aggressive. Move it out a little bit. I'm kind of avoiding the legs at the moment. Okay. All right, all right. I think the legs look fine. That's... Mm. Okay.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. 3, 2, 1, 0, 0. Discovery, go and throttle up.
I think we're just going to stick with a loaf. We're just loafing this because loaf. Yeah, we're just loafing it. We need to work on I need to work on that. Wait. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotta make all the lows somewhat consistent so they don't look weird. Alright. We're close. Very close. The rest of the stuff is gonna be pretty fast. So it'll be okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Uh... Okay. So slightly bigger, and then okay. All right. You know, this part kind of looks like, I'm not gonna lie, we could convert this to like one of the headbands. And you could like put something here. It's just go full Naruto. Just throw a nod out to Naruto. Nah. It does kind of look like a headband. One of those head guard things. Okay, so we do have to do something here too. Hmm. Okay. Hopefully I got it. We need to add some line detail. Still. Oof. My lines were like meh. Very meh over here. I think just consolidating one line here would be... Oh. Okay. Line details. Let's add a few lines here and there. Three is good enough. Um, Nope. Uh. Hmm. When I'm doing this part, it kind of gives me the opportunity to look over and see if I missed anything, just like what I just did there. A good opportunity. We're bordering. Okay, we're getting to 3 hours, so we should wrap it up a little bit. Uh, hey. At least I think it was, they rename it? I don't think they renamed it, right? Are they still seed? Oh, there's a period too. Okay. Yeah, it's still seed. I don't think they changed it. Alright. We're probably gonna have to improvise a really, really quick background, but that's okay. Backgrounds are fine. Making like a persona-like background is pretty quick. I mean, we might not get to the background. There's a possibility. But here we go. I mean, let's, you know, just as a juxtaposition, right? I always like to show where it all started. So this is what it looked like originally, right? This is why it's kind of fun to do this technique. This is where it started. You know, you have this. Then that's the second draft. Surprisingly, it actually worked out really well, even on the second draft. But there's like a bunch of angle issues, like some proportions. So I still need to clean up a bunch of things. Feet are different and whatnot. And then you have this, right? So, good enough. All right. Now we do the coloring part, which this type of thing is my wheelhouse, I suppose. This is not like the shading of yesterday or that type of thing. And sometimes I don't know where the proportions are, so what I do as a shortcut really is to I mask them. Oh, actually, maybe we can remove this part. That shirt is coming out really high. This is supposed to be the shirt, but I don't think it's supposed to come up that high. Maybe we'll just move it all together and bring this down. Yeah, I tend to just use other things to place in front so that it looks a little bit busier, I guess. It's kind of a crutch, but at the same time it kind of encourages you to do more things. This is too high. I mean, this is too low. Want it a little bit higher. Yep. Looks a little closer to the body. Okay. Let's get to the coloring. Oi. I think we have to, wow, we have a lot of elements. Maybe this won't take as short of a time as I think. Okay. Let's go with stuff that are hard. It's white. Oh, okay. White to like... Okay. So there's some dirt in it, right? Where can I get this dirt? It's like slightly brown. Alright, we're gonna go with this. No, I need Good enough. Alright. Oh, I guess we can do... Okay. Okay. Our subject is not white. I do like the uniformity of, like the unity of the character design in terms of its color palette. I am a fan of, doing lots of shades of specific hues. I guess that's why I also thought about this character. It's largely just red and white, different shades of red and white. And the red is mainly for the highlight. Highlight of the character. The accessories. So it's the armband that's red, and then the eyes are red. Largely everything else is white shifted color. I'm choosing this color because then I can go brighter or darker, which is what I want to do most of the time. Okay, let's fill this in. It's okay, it's close enough. Once we brighten it, it'll be close enough. I don't actually know what this button color is. I drew it. It's like metallic silver. And the wings are even whiter. Guess we'll just do the same color palette for all of it. Yeah, that button's like metallic. Okay, it's fine. We'll just use the same 4 colors. It's all good. Oh, wait. Actually, we can probably use whatever we decide on the kunai. Would it be the same? Wait, is it the whole button? No, not the whole button. Yeah. The kunai is gonna be slightly darker, so we're going like gray, this gray. So we'll do this for the same button. I don't think that's the call, but fine. I guess I could have made it stick out a little. That's fine. Oh, so is that... Oh, I made it look more like... Oh, it's like a nut. I made it look more like fabric. It's supposed to be like a nut. Instead of like a stitched... Nah, I kind of like it. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a nut. Like, just a cross-shaped nut. I'm not gonna go back and... Nah, we're not redoing it. I was thinking of it more like a button. Like it's sewn on. The button is sewn on to the shirt, but it's not. It's like a mechanical cross, like Phillips head nut. But it's sticking out. It's like a plus sign. It's okay. It's fine. I bend the lines just to make it look interesting. Okay. All right. Okay, I guess if we're gonna stick to this color frame, right? Oh my gosh, I picked too many of the same shades. How does this history work? This is the last one I picked. I'm guessing it's this one, right? Yeah. What was I coloring? Oh. Yeah, we're gonna make this part. I mean, it's probably gonna be all really, really dark in the long run. Fine. What's back here? I guess it's the fur. Okay. Oh, this is gray too. Huh. Or... the bottom part of the fur is black, so it doesn't matter what color we cover the gap, it's just black anyways. And then this part as well, although since it's in the light, do this. This will help us color pick the face. You know, we might as well fill this in then. Might not even get to... Oh no. 3 hours and 13 minutes? Where has the time gone, man? I'm going way over. Wasn't very efficient today. Okay, okay. Gotta pick a different, I don't on the purple side, right? Take a look. No, it's definitely something like this. That should be good enough. Yet another thing I don't have, which is matching hue just by looking, of course. Red. We gotta get the red. We don't want to go like too ham. They go really ham though. That's as far as I'm gonna go. And we'll brighten up the... Yeah, there's room to brighten up. I don't like reaching the corners. The corners of the color, the triangle, the color selector. It's a very difficult place to work. For me, anyways. Okay. And then we're gonna color match the red ribbon. Since we don't have red eyes on our character, I wanted to add a second element that's red, as the reference character has red eyes. That's closer to the face, in my opinion, and it really pops out with the armband. So we do have orange color, so it's probably gonna be less poppy since it's the eyes, right, that they're drawing attention to. It's fine. It's as much as we can compensate for. Gotta love the red ribbons though. It's very anime. Okay. This is the shirt. Okay. I think we might go straight white for the wings. So we're going straight white. It's probably going to be like this right here. Switch it up for the wing. It doesn't seem like a big deal right now, but basically we're removing the brown away. It's a really minor difference. Forget it. Wait. No. We're gonna do this. Because this is also the color I'm gonna have for the face. So it's gonna be balanced by the face, which isn't in the original. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know. Yeah, they use white in a lot of their characters. There are characters with just straight up white and black, like monochromatic. I was thinking maybe all of their characters had like an cream color to it instead of using no other hues. Because this is gray now, not the off brown, kind of like off white. It is in a lot of their earlier work. Okay, so we're gonna use that. With the mouth. Oh, with this part. With the snout. The muzzle. Some people call it a muzzle. The snout. What have you. Okay. Boop. This part. That satisfying fill. Where are we going now? Here. These parts. I like to start in the middle most of the time. The color choice. I like to block with something in the middle. And then work up and down. I feel like whenever I watch practical artists, they either start top down or bottom up. So dark to light or light to dark. One way. I mean, it's very practical, right? Because you have to layer this stuff in advance. I always thought that was a incredible way of thinking about things. I'm pretty too haphazard and wandery to do that. That's a little bit more planning than. I mean, I suppose the only time I'm actually doing artwork with some great thought is usually in this context, so everything is pretty much rushed. Relatively speaking. Just be all black, just black eyes. That's boring, right? I guess we'll departure from it. I don't know what it looks like if it was just orange. Like I like to go with more of like a more vibrant. But it's usually just the iris that I'm coloring and the pupil's still black. But we were gonna go with the whole theme. the whole eye is colored in that color, and then they use and then a spotlight is used. That's weird. Probably not gonna do that. I guess alternatively, I'll probably go with doing it this way. Oops. Guess we can always put a like a black dot, which is what that's so scary. We're not doing that. That's so scary looking. Okay. Maybe this will work out a little better. Okay. Oh, you know, that's interesting. This is the first time I put I don't frame the eyebrows away. Interesting. Oh, hey. AJ Arts. Okay. What color did I use before? I think we really enjoyed something like this. So. Okay. Oh, you know, I could have made this the red so that it draws the same motif as the giant red eyes. We could go full red and unify the bands. Then there'd be the light orange on the outside. Already close enough. Yeah, let's try that. It's definitely a lot redder than my usual for the OC. Let's see. Starting to look like a mass for sure. This is gonna be. Yeah, why not? I don't give this guy red pupils or like full-on red eyes like Koromaru, so use this as an offset. You like the ninja dog? Yeah, you could definitely say it's a ninja dog for sure. The prompt today is Dagger, so we settled for a kunai. There's a big explainer for that in the beginning of the day. See. It's a long story. It's not a dog, though, but it does look like a dog. I don't know what it is nowadays. It's kind of like a dog and kind of not. The reason is there aren't any dogs that have this this facial pattern that I'm aware of. Although the OC that I have been using for a while now kind of meanders between a raccoon, sometimes start looking like a raccoon, and like a groundhog. Sometimes he kind of looks like a guinea pig from time to time. But this guy's a red panda. It serves a lot of purposes. Oh, you know what would be the closest? This isn't by coincidence though. This is only by coincidence though. The tanuki would be the closest probably. Tanuki. Or you know, the raccoon dog. That might be even closer. But it all started with the red panda. Sometimes the dude and this guy ends up looking like a monkey actually. Like Wukong, Monkey King kind of thing. Right now, because of the red adjustment to the reference, he's starting to look like a very much like the Monkey King actually. Because of the themes, it's the red theme. Yeah. Yep. Usually and red pandas, this part is like it's like a reddish, it's a redder orange, but we're going full red because of the reference. We're paying homage to Koromaru from Persona 3. That is the reference. Although Koromaru is a white Shiba Inu. With red eyes. That's it. But just completely white. Maybe a brown shift. It's kind of like a brownish. It's more like a really dirty reddish mixed with orange. So brown. So brown shifted, white coated Shiba that has completely red eyes. But placing a completely red eyes in this context is gonna look Monka no. So we decided to offset our reference by using the color elsewhere. The whole thing is like black and white. I mean, black and red. The only red elements is Koromaru's eyes and the band, which is the seed band, armband that all the characters have in Persona 3. It is very difficult to not appreciate all the artwork that goes into the other mediums. First 15 days, then actual pieces for rest, so I'm sort of on that. Oh yeah, you can probably. I go back and forth. Yeah, for me, today I'm falling behind. Some days I'm on it. Some days I'm just way out of it. Oh. Go with white. This is the front. I didn't even get to the part where I need to experiment today. The goal of every single prompt is not necessarily to complete it the way I need to complete it. It's generally to experiment something that I haven't done. So every single day involves something, whether it's technique, composition, or whatnot. It's typically as much as I think I can handle, and then it turns out it's too much, so I cut some stuff. Today was a screen tone and cross-hatching day. As you can see, I have not done any cross-hatching yet, nor have I applied any screen tones. The reason why they come up is because of the artists. The artist Soejima has incredibly popularized a type of style that pretty much a lot of people don't even know they're using. And what I mean by that is not that he's the originator, but he's the the group that does this is the de facto popularized version in the medium, in the gaming medium, which then it kind of spread to film animation. And that's the clever use of screen tones and cross-hatching, not to save time kind of thing. Like when you think of the old school, like historically, like mangaka and stuff, a lot of times you have that cross between efficiency and whatnot, and nowadays even that has been brought to make a blend between stylization and hyperrealism. I talked about most in the beginning. It's usually how I make significance of what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm missing a line, so we're gonna have to do another line, but we'll do that in a bit. I did a piece way back that had only lines and cross hatching, and I forgot how long it took me, but it was the prompt was gamble, and it was my very first attempt. Here, I can show it. This was my very first attempt at cross hatching. The prompt was, oh no, I didn't even write the prompt for 2022. So this was my first attempt at cross hatching, where we took like flat surfaces and then had single light source. Did this take me? It took me 4 hours. 4 hours. I'm pretty sure the prompt was gamble. Yeah. So I just went to town. And it was inspired, the cross-hatching was inspired off of a game I played called Ratropolis. It was a deck builder. So the deck building, it had a lot of like rats with like different clothing and like units. But then the deck building kind of made me want to do cards. So, and it had a really cross-hatched look because it was more like a 2D pop-out design for indie games. So I did that. That was my only cross-hatching thing. Almost all the techniques are just one-offs at the moment, except for this. So all the one-off techniques, I have one principal approach that integrates as many of the one-offs as I can, that resonates with me. There are one-offs that were incredibly terrible, so I usually scratch them until I can find a way that works for me. I can show you how I sketch. This is my sketch. I keep all the layers, so this is my sketch. What I do is I move my pencil around. I move my brush around as rapidly as possible, and eventually I can see which lines I want and which lines I don't. So then I do a second one, right? I do a second take, which it cleans up very quickly. So like I do a second take, and then this is actually my third take, where then I also aggressively put down more weight. And then we're filling in now. And this is for clean stuff. I usually prefer, honestly, when it comes to like stuff, I want to say overall I prefer to do things like this, where you just have a lot of lines and a lot of parts, and then you just start. It's kind of like yesterday's. Yesterday's was kind of the stuff that feels good, or you're just messing around and you're wandering with your brush and stuff. But this stuff, eventually you have to come down to like, because I don't know if you are familiar with Persona games, but their style is Soejima's style is incredibly crisp, and it's an industry standard at this point. And even now with this piece, I have more lines than the dude would usually use. It's usually composition. I think composition is what makes up for the lack of lines. Like lots of urbanized clothing, accessories, color palettes, understanding flow. Sometimes it all starts with composition. If you really want to reduce the need for mechanical ability, psychology, and composition work. The coloring and stuff, that's the fun part, I think, though. But definitely have to understand your audience. I need to draw a new line because the back is exposed. That butt is this rump right here is a different color. So let's arbitrarily it's about right here. So okay. And then let's go back to coloring. Or color blocking. I prefer to color block with the pixel brush. And just fill them in. It is a lot slower than your color blocking with a round brush, and then just mask. Use a mask. That's okay. Kind of very therapeutic. I saw this short where there's this so there's a trend, right? There are a lot of trends, art trends, but this particular trend, this person's like, okay, well, I guess I'll join in the trend. And the trend I gathered from that person, mind you, I didn't see this trend anywhere else. It's just what she did was she bought a bag of rice and just poured it onto a canvas on the ground, and then just traced the canvas, and then it creates like a geographic body of like a land, right? Because of all the kernels, if you just trace the kernels around, and then she filled it in with her artwork. But before that, she spills a bunch of coffee and all that stuff on it, and then blow it around, and then create the map. That's the trend. Okay. It's a fun trend. I like it. It reminds me of that one guy I talked about the other day with another person, I think, where this guy, he does ink blots. So he just has this very mellow voice, aged, quite a bit of scholarly too, because he knows his source material, and he just lets the inks and the blots speak to him. which is similar to that trend, but this guy's been doing it for quite a long time. And often he answers questions because he's skilled enough to do so. I'm not very... There's no way, if I'm doing line work, there's no way I can say anything, but if I'm coloring mechanically, I can say something. What you call it, this guy, he answers like frequently asked questions, and one of the frequently asked questions he have is, did you plan X and Y and Z when you... Could you draw X, Y, Z and do X, Y, and Z? How do you plan and do... And his answer is often, I just let the ink tell me what to draw. I don't see the drawing until it happens. And that's kind of why I watch the guy. Because that kind of describes a creative mind. Obviously, it's a different type of approach, and I'm more of that approach than the plan approach. Actually, is this... Oh wait, I'm not sure if it's orange or is it... Oh no, now we have to make the tail red. Wait. Yeah? No. We're not gonna go that hard, right? No. Not that hard. It's brighter and then darker. Could be white. We could go with white. White would really balance this out, sort of. Yeah. Okay. No one is really unique these days. I guess if you're an artist that focuses on the end product, then I would generally be able to empathize with you. However, every single artist is unique if you're not focused on the end product. There are some really talented people out there that would want to mimic the process, but that's kind of like asking for trouble and making your life not a person anymore, and you're following someone's you're imitating someone's lifestyle. But generally speaking, there's a reason why recording is there's a very large reason why recording sessions are substantially different and will continue to be the limitless source of content than end products. So like if you present a piece, well, what does that piece not tell you? The process. Now, if you're an artist who focus on the old age stuff where like the end product speaks many volumes, then yes, uniqueness has reached its upper limit. Everyone supports what's popular on social media, and I've seen great talent that people shut down because they have a different approach to art, and it's just a shame to see. I don't think that caused them to shut down, but you can blame it on the system if you will. But objectively speaking, it's not because they shut it down. It's because people are not interested. So you don't blame people. Like, you say it's a shame, that these people have different approaches to art, but they don't get to choose what people like. The people do. So if you want those people that have different approaches to art to be popular as well, then they would be guilty of the same thing that makes you feel shameful in the first place. So that's my personal take on it. But it's disappointing that there's not enough interest in everything, I would say, for sure. But I don't think it's because they have different approaches. They just have approaches that aren't popular. Unless you want to gaslight people. I mean, that is one way to go about it. You can't accuse the popular artists of gaslighting people. And then when you gaslight them, you can make them, convince them they like a piece of art that is theirs. But in the end, you personally, that art that you favor, you would have to also gaslight other people for it to be popular, right? I think the most reasonable thing I can empathize is that it's a shame the world is not diverse enough to allow all the different approaches of art to succeed or coexist, I suppose. That would be some ideal, reasonable statement that I can get behind for sure. Like for me, whenever I see an artwork that I haven't seen, it makes me think, what other artwork did I never see because the social media, well, not necessarily social media, but holistic algorithms can only portray the highest impact, right? So you are more likely statistically to see the highest impact things. So every time you find a hidden gem, you start thinking, what other things I haven't seen or will never see because they never made it to my eyes or to my, to my device before they were gone. So I will take your disappointment or shame even further. I would even say, what about all the things I don't even know of, right? Like, people come and go without ever even being witnessed. In fact, I would say the vast majority of people probably have done a lot of things that no one has witnessed. They could be different. Like I'll choose a very humorous thing, right? Left-handed devices. Just something very pragmatic, something that has a high statistical distribution, right? Distribution bias. So you can psychologically just think of all the examples that have a high psychological bias and then think about the opposite and see if you can witness any alternatives. And then you would probably feel the same way, right? So like if it's not relevant to you, maybe it's less impactful. So I'm right-handed, preferably. But it is still true that every possible left-handed device was probably not popular. And at some point, there was probably left-handed devices that I have never seen. Because statistically, the vast majority of people are right-handed. And that's kind of how I feel about creative stuff too. Like, I would love to see, this is my personal favorite. Oh, we talked about this yesterday. I would love to see that people are able to psychologically evaluate themselves. Not because of stigma, but because of enabling themselves. So that's the thing I'm selling, but I don't sell it like online or anything, because that stuff is not trending and it's not popular, right? Especially when you consider outside of the United States, probably the United States is probably one of the almost memeable countries that are more divided on this issue, but the patriarchal dominance of mental strength, or the lack of mental strength, perhaps. I believe that being incompetent mentally is a show of far more weakness than a competency born out of hubris. So I'm not sure if that might have been a little esoteric, but pride. So one that believes they are really strong because they refuse to understand more about their mental psychology is a sign of incompetence, and that incompetence shows more weakness and my concern for that person than someone who shows vast self-awareness. So someone who can say they failed but learn from it, versus someone who thinks they always do the right thing because they're prideful. So those things might not seem like the same thing, but if you phrase it in a form of gender roles across cultural things like patriarchal societies versus a more mixed patriarchal societies would be, if I can't deal with it, I'm weak. But you can't deal with it if you don't know anything about it. You can choose to ignore it, that doesn't solve the problem. So if something is making you sad, you just convince yourself you're happy. That's great, I suppose, if it works. I prefer to know why I'm sad, so then I can fix it, or I can change it. So there's a difference between being prideful and not acknowledging there's a problem, and then knowing and understanding the problem by acknowledging there is one, and then solving it. So that person is far stronger than someone who chooses not to. And that's very specific to, especially along gender roles outside very, very specific countries. And obviously Japan is actually one of them. So I talk about this a lot, since Asian culture is almost globally trending online, right? So online, that particular sphere has one of the biggest exposures to Asian culture. Well, one of them is this thing. I happen to be Chinese American. Like, it sucks, in my opinion, it sucks even for strong people. Like, let's just say incredibly mentally, or like thick-skinned people, right? Male, thick-skinned males. When they say they're okay, but all their actions and stuff have this really telltale sign of coping. So there are a lot of like microaggressions and things you really pick up if you're a person who grew up with that. Well, I was raised Chinese in a country that has a very distinctively culturally different take. So I'm Chinese American, and I can tell you that understanding the things you have to tolerate out of hubris, out of pride, there are alternatives. You can blend perfectly you can blend really well without having to sacrifice, having to deal with issues. And those issues can become your strength. There's like a art form and a nice balance between them. Trying to deal with everything the way I would say even like strongly Asian cultures, well, you can probably name a bunch of statistics that would suggest that's not sustainable, especially in Japan. Since you mention mangaka a lot, I imagine you're really familiar with the trade-offs and compromises that type of patriarchal society has. It's tough, and it hurts me. Like, for me, it's painful, but it's not my place, like Asian cultures would do. Like, it's not my place to intervene if that person is coping well enough. But often when someone says, I'm happy, I'm chasing these things or not these things, a lot of times they're also making exceptions. Like, oh, I'm doing this, but no one else is doing this because I was told not to do this. That is already a telltale sign that a person who says that already is working an uphill battle against themselves. So instead of chasing their dreams, right, like the thing they want to do, every time they want to do that thing, they're reminded of they remind themselves of all the things they have to overcome. And that type of baggage, well, you don't really necessarily need that baggage if you understand it. If you choose not to understand it, then it can weigh you down. And you see that a lot online. Like, Asians do this a lot, or some Asians, like my parents, for example. My folks, right? I got a PhD in science. Obviously, that's actually not what they wanted. They wanted someone who has a medical license, an MD, right? So when I was young, I didn't do any of this. Like, the first time I drew something like on a digital platform was 3 years ago. That's way after I'm in my 30s. But the only thing that enabled that is because I reached a certain point very quickly, and then now I can go back. But I'm not young. I was only young once. So you start thinking about these things like, well, what kept me from doing those things? Fear and deterrence. So it's very effective. But fear, deterrence is baggage, right? And it doesn't matter how strong you are, you're not getting any reward if you don't succeed. So what I'm saying by that is, you could tell people that, oh, it was so much harder for me to become a professional artist because I had to carry all this weight. Unfortunately, in the pragmatic world of business and whatnot, you don't get extra bonus points for carrying that extra weight. So I like those people to hopefully not have to carry that weight and still go for their dreams. So it'd be nice. It's kind of like your artist thing, that those people that have different approaches to art, I'm sure when they're doing the thing, they probably, somewhere in their mind, some of them, at least those people who closed down shop, were pressured by all the things they have to overcome, right? Resources, sustainability, that stuff. And that's dragged down because otherwise they'd still continue doing it. The downside is like you can't change reality, and that's kind of harsh, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice. Sorry, I'm like meandering from from your point. It'd be nice if everyone got their strategies and stuff and be able to appreciate it. I think with the internet, social media though hasn't been like antagonistic to this, more than supportive. So while there are you could say uniqueness has declined, it is still more unique than before it existed, right? So there are far more things that can be successful now with a bit wider reach than it has before social media. Before social media, I actually think before social media, I don't even think digital artwork would have taken off. I wouldn't be like brutal here. I think practical art will still be king, like in the space. If social media and like the digital age, right? Social media is part of the digital age, would struggle still. So what I would do, like this stuff that, in fact, I would argue just a little bit more that what I'm drawing here, this stuff, what I'm drawing here is the result of social media. So it's kind of, you know, pros and cons. It's a shame that those artists had to close up shop. But at the same time, there's things to celebrate about. There are things to celebrate. That's a long-winded thing. But I like talking about these. That's why you, that's why I do art, by the way. I talk about the thing you talk about all the time, though. Like, I play video games, right? But I play video games on focusing on elements that are underappreciated. Not because it's edgy or something. It's more like it's interesting to pay attention to the non-things that you take for granted. And story writing is something that's taken for granted. And how does that translate to business and psychology and whatnot, and social media and statistics and whatnot? That's grounding those perspectives. Like, I want better storytelling in video games. But is it pragmatic to invest a lot of money in storytelling? Well, yes and no. It's trending right now, but it was on the downtrend for the last like 10 years of gaming. Mechanical and input gaming was on the rise for the last 10 to 15 years because of very specific drivers. So it's kind of understanding the whole thing. You obviously understand that those artists who have different approach to art did not become popular because you're also aware of the social media trends. So do you want to sell your soul? I mean, quote unquote, like do the whole thing. Like, do you want to adapt them? Well, I'm drawing things based on popular trends, right? Like what I mean by this is this type of stylization and this type of references and stuff, all of this is very popular. It wouldn't have been possible for me to do this if something isn't popular. Because how the heck am I gonna be a sellout? Well, the thing is, that's what I like about the phrase sellout, right? You are, I would probably use a different term. I would call it sustainability. So, let's just take it from an economic standpoint. Investment forward. Selling out is investing forward. Being a person who consumes video games and someone who's interested in making stuff, right? You cannot, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to have dominion over your craft, especially things like video games or things like a portfolio or your career, without having both a financial understanding of how to make it sustainable and being able, like, you have to be rounded. There are skills you require to sell out. You need to understand how business works, because until you understand that you run a business in order to make your careers happen, there's gonna be an uphill battle. You can get lucky though. We go back to what I said yesterday, generally speaking. You can go looking for gold. Sure. You can continue to go looking for gold. I prefer to take that rock and polish it into a diamond. And that involves a lot of different skills, not just like, you're gonna need a lot of different skills to turn a rock into a diamond. It's not a literal, it's not the best metaphor, but you know, it's kind of more of a make lemonade with lemons kind of thing. Yeah, turn it into gold. And you need a lot of different skills. So I'm like I'm a poster child for different skills. When I was younger, growing up in an Asian household, I had very particular skills. But those particular skills are none of the skills I showcase now. Not a single one of those skills. Like, for example, being great at a lot of things academically advised, like in Japanese culture, like, or the traditional school, doesn't enable you to communicate really well. Being of one mind and homocultural also makes you a poor, empathetic person. To succeed in the world, you have to have at least enough empathy to have either people work for you or for people to help you work. Unless you want to be Elon Musk, then that's fine. I mean, even Elon Musk has enough empathy to keep his employees happy, so just saying. I'm not an arrogant person who thinks I'm Elon Musk, because he's like 1 in a billion, and I prefer to not gamble. Again, not looking for gold. And that type of gold is you were born gold, which that's kind of weird. Imagine feeling like you were born made of gold. Alright. I was trying to get my train of thought back on where I was on the coloring thing. I mean, well, I actually don't know. I'm not entirely sure about that one. Sorry. I was thinking of Elon Musk. But yeah, if you were born rich, that would be the closest thing to literally being born gold, huh? And here's the thing, right? Those people who are born rich, I want them to be aware of their position too. It's not discriminatory. Like, it's indiscriminate what I'm expecting. Like, I absolutely love when people who are born incredibly privileged understands that privilege and they use it even more. Like, they go beyond what they can do, as opposed to settling on their entitlement. Because a lot of stigma is also placed on people who are privileged, as in when things are handed to them, but it definitely doesn't speak for those individuals who... Oh, that's the wrong layer. who end up utilizing it even more. So it still tracks to individuals who are rich as well, but they are also not likely to do that, and it comes with mental awareness. Like, what can I do? How can I turn my gold into other people's diamonds, for example? And I know a few people that I really admire or like really enjoy watching and talk about. Oh, especially this one. I talk about them a lot, so people will know who I'm talking about. Like the Greens, John Green and Hank Green. Right now, John Green, along with probably his brother, is on a crusade to aid in the fight against TB, cure, distributing the cure for TB in developed countries. And I don't think they were actually fit into the whole born rich thing, but yeah, I've been following their journey for a while. Okay. Let's make it white. Yeah, white. It's a really big, it's a huge, really long story. They've been working at it for years. But some really, really big, big events happened recently on that front. So did you, just not to change the subject really rapidly, but my mind is being, telling me to ask, did you start sketching already? Or are you planning it out? What do you usually do now, like, at the moment, with your time? I know you mentioned working on some of your projects and whatnot. Yeah, we'll stick with that. I think the color balance is fine. Finding them all on day 6? Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I try to... My planning deals with going to bed. And then I get up. Gargle a lot of water because my voice hasn't been doing so hot. But then I go for a 3-mile run. 3 mile being shy of 5k, so 4.7-ish kilometers if you're on the metric system. Sit down, look at the prompt, immediately try to figure out how to reference something, and then hopefully that reference tells me of a technique that I don't know how to do really, really well, which is pretty much everything, because every time it's a different technique, usually, because I don't do artwork outside of Inktober, rarely. So, and then I do it right here, and that's about it. That's how my day's gone the last 14 days. Oh, and then there's a lot of carryover from the whole video game thing, because I'm slowly completing a legacy project for video games. It's very specific to a developer. I like doing legacy to get familiar with the people who create stuff or understanding their design language. It's kind of like if I were to do like a case study, right? Say if I wanted to do Miyazaki released his final film, right? The Boy and the Heron. And if I were to do that, I'd probably spend a whole time doing the entire legacy of Miyazaki. So like his catalog, his history, maybe talk about the documentary. 2 documentaries actually of Miyazaki. So the idea is to always try to get the empathy or the psychology behind creative works. That would include video games, even pragmatic things like businesses. Like a lot of times people talk about, oh, this doesn't make sense, only greedy businessmen, etc. and whatnot. Well, in order to really understand that, you would have to take a deep dive into developing and actually creating a sense of empathy with your case study. Well, most people cut corners, which is very pragmatic. Would take it from their perspective. And that's fair, because that's what their community is looking for. They're looking for their perspective. But I don't often share my perspective without sharing the perspective of the person I'm trying to understand. And that is not very pragmatic because it takes a very long time to do that. However, I would say it takes a very long time at first until the skill becomes incredibly practiced. And that's the skill I practice every day. That's how you get through science. That's how you get a PhD. No joke, that's how you get a PhD. Because you have to convince your committee members to allow you to graduate. It's not how you feel about your data. How your committee feels about your data. You're trying to convince a group of your peers that you've discovered something. Have a remote job from home. As soon as you're done, you go straight to some workouts, then plan and do some writing for my manga. Then I either draw or continue my page or look at my one panel series, which is wow, that's a lot. That's a lot, man. You find that your work balance is good? All right, so color balance is, yeah, I like the color balance. We're good. I mean, it's good just sitting there, but hopefully it's manageable. You seem like a young person. I would say, if I had to guess, you kind of strike me as someone who's around the age of 24, 25. Maybe mid-20s. The way you phrase things and talk about aspirations and stuff, I would say you're mid-20s. Maybe even on the younger side. 20. Oh, okay, 23. Okay. I was gonna think like 1 or 2 years out. So depending on your system, it could be 21 or 22, then add 2 years, something like that. So that's how I landed on 24 at first. Yeah, so sounds like you're still vibrant. You have a lot of stamina. Taking on a lot of things. February. Oh, hey, February. Congrats on living 23 years and juggling a lot of things. And still sounding remotely happy. Well, that's great. There are very few people And when I mean happy, I mean you give me the impression that you are hopeful. It's different from someone telling you they're happy. So I'm not saying you're literally telling me you're happy. That's sometimes it's you take what people think of themselves, but a lot of times they don't really seem avidly happy. Yeah, you got that shonen mindset still. The glowing, once I'm done with these eyes, that glowing sparkle of light, right? You are exuding that, as opposed to saying, yeah, I'm doing really great. Like, this is my best. Like, I'm at my time of life. And then all I'm hearing is, you don't sound so sure. And why are you telling me, a stranger online, that you're doing really well? In fact, it makes me even more concerned why you're here telling me this. Like, one example that shows up a lot on Twitch, which you'll probably get used to at some point, it's the bottom line for looking for affirmation. So what I mean is that if I find someone who somehow comes here and tells me how great they are, right? Explicitly tell me how great they are. In order for them to feel affirmed or demand attention, they would have to be above me, or they would have to feel something that's secure about them to share that's above me. But I'm not a guy who's above anyone. So you would start thinking, whoa, this person's bottom line is me? I don't even actively do any of these things. And this person chooses someone who's visibly underqualified to compare to in order to get affirmation, as opposed to, for example, if you're doing really well and you're a great artist, you would go to an incredibly impressionable person and you'd be like, hey, I'm not ashamed, can you rate my artwork? And that person completely ignores the person, but they're going to continue doing it because they believe they're worth it, right? That's a proactive shonen mindset. When you come to someone who barely does anything, like someone who's not doing what you're doing, and then you're trying to impress upon them something you're doing but they're not doing, that's a low bar. Like, you don't have to impress me. Anything you do that I don't do is already better than me. You don't have to tell me that. Yeah, like, so this happens a lot on Twitch, and I feel almost obligated to ask them, like, are you doing well? Like, do you feel like there's not enough encouragement in your life, right? Because seeking affirmation from someone who clearly doesn't do what you do in order to guarantee that it's something to flex about, right? That's very low. It's non-competitive, and it means that they're insecure a lot of times. Like, they're worried. So, here's a great example. You haven't mentioned video games a lot, but when you play video games, a lot of times the most concerning young youth people are the ones that come to a person's channel and say, wow, you suck, I can do this like in 5 minutes. And then that person would be saying something about a video game the person that is playing doesn't even play. Like, for example, I don't know, someone's gonna play a turn-based game, right? They're flipping their cards like on Hearthstone or something, and someone came in and said, play a real man's game, like Fortnite or like Tarkov or something. It's like, this stuff's easy, and then leaves. Like, well, you don't know. Like, both sides, like, it's a different skill set to play card games. and it's a different skill set for playing Tarkov. Now, if they were both young people, they would be offended on both ends. One would be seeking affirmation and just like, I told him so. And the other is like, man, you don't even understand. So it's just two people that don't understand. When you come to an older person like myself, like myself, my question is, you're definitely better than me in this game that I don't play. I want to know why you come to a person who obviously doesn't play the game you play, and you need to brag about that, because it sounds like you're hurting for admiration, and that's unfortunate, in my opinion. I don't necessarily feel angered by it. I feel concerned, because usually a very healthy person would go to their competitor and they would have a friendly rivalry, like, you know, seek to do better instead of aim for the lowest hanging fruit. The video game viewers are too opinionated. I can see that. Being much very toxic and necessary. It can be toxic, but it's very toxic if there's no understanding in between. But those are the people that I talk to, I suppose. I actually deliberately stream video games and stuff to encounter these things so that perhaps I can talk about it. And when you visited yesterday, when you talked about the whole like mindset thing and the mental thing, that's what I'm talking about. I talk about those things indirectly, not directly. And video games is a very... Actually, mangaka, artwork, all of that stuff deals with those things too. Like, I'm not looking for... When someone shows me artwork, I'm not looking for what I think technically looks great alone. I'm trying to see if I can understand why that person painted and did those things. Because when someone shares something, they have the security and the confidence to share it. And what makes those people shine or continue to do those things is to have someone else try to understand what the creative thing is. That includes video games, movies, storytelling, communication, you know? And when you get older and you are less concerned about yourself, the most interesting thing is other people. You love video games, by the way? Old game era at the moment? I see. So retro game. Oh, Mafia, true. Sleeping Dogs. I have played one Mafia game, and I have played the Sleeping Dog game. Classic Sonic. My first series in my entire life, when I was 4, started with Sonic. So Sonic 1 through Sonic CD. So that's Sonic 1, 2, 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and then Sonic CD, which is on the Sonic CDX. First console was Genesis, then Sega CDX. I did have a Sega Saturn, but Sonic kind of hit a up road there and skipped over that and went to Sega Dreamcast. Yeah, fans, because oh, you play Apex. So you watch some pros and the viewers are very easy to see how people output their opinions. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Sonic is your inspiration? I'm gonna be real. That's great. Okay, so here's a big coincidence here. And it does start with Sonic, right? So Sonic was my first. But the current game series, the legacy game series that I'm playing right now, is by a studio called Ryuga Gotoku. Ryuga Gotoku is arguably the second biggest developer in Sega, who they work alongside and kind of like mix and match with the Sonic team. So it's the Yakuza series, or I just refer to it as the Like a Dragon. It's called the Like a Dragon Studio, Ryuga Gotoku. So I played yesterday, and maybe the next 2 days, I'm playing their 9th game in a row since March. So we've been on a completion run to understand like the design, storytelling, and all that stuff, and how the developer has changed and done things over time. So, but they are with Sega. Oh yeah, the Dame. Yes, that's it. That's the meme. Yes. But anyways, Sega inspires a lot, especially Sonic. Sonic Superstar just came out. It's for the most part, I believe the consensus is it's a step towards a auspicious direction for the 2D Sonic games. Of course, Sonic Frontier was a smash hit, so the Sonic team is doing pretty alright right now. They're looking pretty great. Next to the RGG studios, which is the studios that I'm focused on right now. Oh, have you played Sonic Frontier? Yeah, so they've been Sega, the Sonic team has been struggling to find a you know, their take on 3D Sonic for a while, and now it seems like it's doing well now. I think they've locked on to something, and that's fantastic. Yeah, they do need some love for sure. They're still looking at how to move Sonic, 2D Sonic, to the next, you know, to balance reception and target audience. It's been a while since I played a Sonic game, so no comment on that from a personal standpoint yet. I haven't done a Sonic Legacy yet. Possibly. You just get to run around. What the word I would use is the prompt. It's what prompt is it? It's day 11's prompt. I think it's the one that I tried to draw Okami, but with the red panda, and it didn't go so hot because Okami's artist is incredible. Oh, 11. Yeah, it's called Wonder. Sonic Frontiers is the thing that I really enjoy, and that's Wonderlust. And what you just said about running around, that's the sentiment. The feeling of Wonderlust. You just want to just run around, just take it all in. And I hope that's the future, because I am down for a big Wonderlust Sonic game. Oh, cool. What is your so it has a mode that interesting. So did you mod it in? Is it a mod? Modded mode? I got to adjust some of these lines. I should do a little bit of focusing. Something like this. That should be fine. Oh, that's a little bit more balanced. Okay. Sonic has the thing that his heart ignites in a flame and he grabs it and he becomes inflamed. So I made that for... Oh. Nice. That's a great integration. See, that's the stuff right there. That's what I like to hear. Nah, we're okay. We're okay. It's fine. But your prologue of my world is on Webtoons. I see. Is this your first project? Or have you done others? Alright. Alright, I gotta get... Oh no. It's been 5 hours. Okay. Alright, let me Alright, we're gonna do our deed. Okay. We'll use my rudimentary system of line work. Yes. Oh man. Yeah, that's one of the downsides of using such dark blacks. Fine. First official one, but I've done many at your university. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cute. You have someone that also does a related thing. Is she the reason? Is that where you also got your Twitch idea? Pulling the commitment to Twitch as well. Okay. That's cute. That's a really cute story. In fact, you can probably sell that pretty well. Speaking of selling out, that's a cute story to sell. Oh, yeah. That's great. You even have a personal, an extra personal, emotional investment. It's a great story. You know, life is about accumulating stories. All the stories I told you were either mine. It doesn't even have to be your own story, but it can be a take of someone else's story, but from your perspective. You're getting into the whole Twitch space. Gotta come up with a lot of stories. All the stories of times when you didn't do so well are also very inspirational. Source of good storytelling. Those are some of the stories I share as well. Storytelling is a skill that's very, I almost want to say very necessary, but also very under practiced. But something like streaming will radically change a person's opinion or perspective on their aptitude on how to tell stories. It will demonstrate pretty well firsthand their communication, their base level communication at the time. And generally, like skill training at universities and whatnot, with specialize on pragmatic knowledge, typically do not give you enough practice in communication. And it's not hard, not easy. Oh, I was about to say, if it's not hard, the fun thing about using relative perspective, like easy or hard, either way, this is indiscriminate, is the idea that when a skill reaches a level of competence, rarely it's about hard or easy, it's about what you can do next. If you know what I mean. Like, once you reach a level of competence, generally it's very difficult to say if it's easy or hard anymore. And that's a telltale sign of someone who has reached a specific level of competence, right? Usually you get that word, it depends. So when you ultimately invest in a skill long enough, it will become, it depends. And when you reach that point, also remember, in my opinion, be self-aware that there are people who start somewhere, there are people higher than you and lower than you, or like did it longer and shorter. Either way, going out of your way to say it depends is gatekeeping. So that's also something we must remember to practice, humility. So when it becomes it depends, then it's the opposite. You have to be sensitive to someone who does say it's easy. Generally speaking, those who say it's easy at first have statistically would like to have a lower sense of competence until they develop your competence. Then you exercise self-awareness, but someone who lacks self-awareness will always say it's harder than it seems. That's a gatekeeper, someone who's at the other end. So it's an effect of psychology that I'm describing, but I'm not using the actual name. And I'm talking about the balance between the Dunning-Kruger effect or the Kruger-Dunning effect, whichever one, where level of competence is when you are aware of all the things you don't know and aware of the things you do know. Not in the beginning, where you're only aware of the things you do know and you're not aware of the things you don't know, so everything seems easy because it's confirmation bias. And then when you're at the other end, where you think you know everything, and everything is always going to be more overwhelming than someone else because you haven't been in the beginner place anymore, so you're a gatekeeper, and everything seems too hard for someone else to understand. That's when you stop focusing on what you do know and you focus on how hard your thing is, because it's ever complicated. And because it's ever complicated, it can never be easy. It's always going to be hard. and that's called and that leads to something called the imposter syndrome, which is someone who thinks they don't know a lot because what they're doing is always incredibly hard, but they are an incredible expert. As in someone who does, like, I don't know, run a 4 minute mile, right? They run a 4 minute mile and they're like, I keep trying so long, so hard, and I can't run under 4 minutes. It's like, why is this so hard? It's like, well, what you're doing is incredibly hard and you can do it. So you make it look easy. So that's kind of the thing. So that's the whole like bell curve shape. Anyways, that's a slight thing that I talk about a lot because on the internet, since most things are curated, the process is lost a lot of times. Although Twitch, maybe not so much, but the vast majority of media that you get is beginning and end, where you start, where you end. Even in like succession, like beginning, end of, day 10, and then beginning, end of day 20, you lose everything in between. So when someone becomes like 100 days later, they don't often remember a lot of times what it's like at day 0, like fully emotionally and all that stuff. And when they're at day 0, they can't see into day 100. But when you record yourself doing it, it can shine a light. But the thing is, it takes a really long time to digest that information. So no one's gonna sit there and do that. Well, when I mean no one, statistically, very few people are gonna sit there and do that. So therein lies the whole Dunning-Kruger or Kruger-Dunning effect and its applications to always talking about that when you're talking to the little squirts online, all the shonen, all the Narutos out there, that things take time. You know? Oh, I totally botched that. It's fine. Just do it over again. I slid the wrong line, it's fine. Right now, you're on day 5 of streaming, so probably I'm just taking stream by stream, I see. 10,000 hour journey, huh? Yeah, I can't say anything about the art community on Twitch. That's... Well, I guess I can say a lot, but... Or I can say some things. However, generally speaking, on Twitch, there's like this courtesy, right? You have to be exercise politeness when you're talking about a community that also that you're working within. So that's a courtesy to them. There are things about the Twitch art community. What do I have to say from my experience? Well, I don't have any personal experience with the art community. I have some observations about the Twitch community. They favor certain things, right? And you'll probably pick up on them. I don't think it's like a hot take or something incredibly profound. You'll probably pick up on them quite quickly. You have to eventually data mine all this stuff. and whatnot. Yeah, you've seen that already? I'm sure you can probably come to some conclusion, some early observations about the Twitch art community. It's definitely different from, like, you posted an Instagram, so it's definitely not an Insta. It's not the Insta art community. Definitely not YouTube's community. But there are pros and cons and ways you can psychologically use that to your advantage and to your disadvantage if you don't see it. Things like YouTube is more geared towards a time lapse, more of an end product, right? Which is less about the end product, it's about the journey. You cannot pick and choose your audience here. Yes, in the way I believe you are implying. No, in from a different perspective. But that deals with image and psychology. So yes, in the way that you're talking about pragmatically, like literally you don't choose your audience. What you do, I say do a lot. What you are able to do is pre-selection. Pre-selection is an incredible powerful thing. So like, for example, that's what YouTube uses a lot, which is the idea of enriching and pre-selecting based on initial impressions. So you can actually pre-select for your audience. However, when you say you cannot pick and choose your audience, it's coming from a specific perspective, and that's from someone who's starting. However, someone who professionally worked somewhere else, who isn't starting on Twitch, but starting a career on Twitch, as in a second career, you can utilize your experience from your prior positions in order to understand pre-selection. So pre-selection is the idea that, I guess this would be the most harmless place to talk about how politicians work or leaders work. They can pre-select and enrich for who will listen to them. When you're producing a product or service, you have a target audience. That target audience is part of the pre-selection. So it's not 0 and 1s. You can't unequivocally not pick your audience, and audience can't unequivocally get you to do certain things. It's both. It's like a mix. And you have to and for success to be synergistic, instead of fighting against that notion, you can use the advantage of both. So it's the perspective that you have is largely why I say it's a shame that those artists with different approaches did not make it in social media. They can make it using their different art approaches, but they did not compromise in establishing the other skills they don't want to do. And that's hubris. It's pride. Like, I don't want to sell out by adulterating my purity in my approach. That is a reflection of idealism. It's hubris. It's pride. And you can get lucky. You can definitely get lucky. However, no amount of my pride would say that I'm willing to make someone happy, and then those people are happy that I do something that makes me happy. There's no compromise like that. Those individuals decide it's my way or the highway. Well, unfortunately, they took the highway, right? Because then, in that perspective, you cannot choose your audience. You definitely can, to some extent. You can yell at the top of your lungs and do backflips on Twitch. You'll get a certain type of audience. So, yes and no, sort of. And it helps when you had multiple careers and multiple jobs in a leadership position. So, yes, I think the best, in my opinion, of alternative way of saying your thing that you want is, it's a shame that you can't attract the audience you want without having to do it. So what I mean by that is, you cannot pick the audience you envision to have without much effort. So that would be great. Like, it's a shame that the platform doesn't connect you with the audience that are looking for you. And it involves you doing something that's a mix of what I just said, where you do something true to yourself, but at the same time, you have to know the target audience that are receptive to your work. It might not be the same. So, for example, I'll give a really hot take on this. What does this artwork, I have to understand that I like this artwork for a reason, but the people who like this type of artwork, I don't empathize with that. But I have to understand that they're willing to support me or interest in this artwork for a very different reason. So yes, you don't get to pick your audience sometimes, but you can also make that audience part of the picking. I can choose to do these work and entertain that new audience and get a newfound perspective, and then I can introduce them to the reason why I like this artwork. And I'm talking about something like, it's a red panda, right? You could get animal lovers, but really in the art community, you're getting furries, right? So I have to understand that, and I have to be respectful for that in some way. I cannot be, I can choose to be ignorant, I can choose to be ignorant of it, and then you're gonna fight an uphill battle. So yes, at one time you definitely don't get to choose your audience, but if you know about your audience, you can pre-select for them, you can be ready for them, and then that audience can understand why you like it. I like red pandas, as in like the animal is great. Like, it's a Chinese thing too. Like, there's a lot of reasons why I like the red panda, and not necessarily for the reasons I get. And the only reason I say this is because I know from experience, and personally from experience. So that's kind of the idea, right? And that makes it all, honestly, that's what's gonna make someone who wants to make a career out of Twitch to be a very successful person. Because you'll always constantly having to turn other people's likes and perspective into your gold. So like, if you understand what other people are looking for, you have something to work with that you can make your own while making them happy. So like, that's the goat right there. And that's kind of what I mean by turning things into gold. Like, if life gives you lemons, right? You make lemonade. So that's kind of the thing. If they throw pomegranate at you, heck, I'm gonna make a fruit cocktail or something. I don't know. Like, sometimes I get bananas, I get apples, I get oranges. might as well make my favorite fruit salad. You know, that's it. Like, make it bigger. Then that fruit salad, that's fruit salad is mine, right? It includes everyone. And then obviously, when you realize you're overwhelmed and you have too many things, you have to learn when to exclude, right? You have to know, like, I'm sorry, and have the uh, humility to say, I'm sorry, guys, I don't do that. I do a lot of other things, but unfortunately, I don't do that. And I'm already juggling too many things. So here's a friend of mine, or here's someone I know that do make those things. And you should check them out instead. And that's when you have a support system. That's how you get networking done. Eventually, when you like, if you're a professional, eventually you're going to enter a networking phase where if you don't do everything, you can't possibly do everything, right? So you round up all your skills, and that's how you become a boss. Like, you know, I'm not going to cook for myself. Time to get a chef. But only after you have sell out balance with your things that you can scout for other people to round yourself out. And then when you become an empire, you know, when you have a business, you'll have people that do tasks that they prefer to do that hopefully you prefer not to do, and you do tasks that you prefer to do that they don't prefer to do. And immediately you have a wonderful working, hopefully a wonderful working business operation. Ideally, obviously this is like, we're not talking about months, we're talking about years. And I think one of the things worth mentioning is that's kind of the life lesson that when you're applying for jobs and stuff, when people say, I'm looking for work experience, that's the things they're talking about. I've been on the end of like determining employment and whatnot a couple times, and that's what they're looking for. An employer is likely to hire someone who do what they have to, but also like doing it, as opposed, ideally, also like doing it. Not those who only do what they want to do and don't know how to do things that they have to do but need to learn to like. And your first job tends to teach you that, unless you become a sole business owner. Like, if your first job, which happens a lot for younger people nowadays, your first job is a sole proprietorship. My parents do that. They were sole proprietor, right? So my parents had to start a business. What is the first thing they have to do in order to be successful? They have to understand how to get customers to buy their product. It's not about what they care about. Since it's their first experience, they have no network, no prior experience, nothing to work off of, no legacy, no namesake. The first thing you have to do is, quote unquote, sell out. But it's not selling out, it's establishing empathy for your product. Psychologically understanding your target audience. If you're someone who's really experienced and have multiple jobs and legacy, as in like a resume and stuff, yeah, there's a bunch of flexibility. Then you can carve your own name and all that stuff, and that's great because you have legacy. It's very difficult to trounce legacy, and it builds over time. So when we get older, sure, you could be like me and say things like this. What I'm saying is unpopular. like as a Twitch thing, but I can do that because I don't want to become like, I'm not aiming to be a Twitch personality or a YouTube personality, right? Because I'm older and I'm not pressured to making this a career. If I was making a career, I'm not going to be talking about these things. Like, definitely not. Like, this type of stuff you keep in private. It's like executive function coaching and whatnot. So these are the things you do behind closed doors. Like, what I mean is, if it's a the forum, the appropriateness for this type of thing is not ready. Like, what I mean is, it's not a trending method to interacting. It's not scalable, right? Let's just talk about pragmatism. It's not scalable to a forum. Like, you can only interact at most with like 3 or 4 people, right? In this type of approach. So this, regardless of how wonderful this approach might be to the people who are concerned, it's not scalable. It's just like those people who do artwork differently. They couldn't scale it. It's not trending. So I'm doing something that I know full on is not trending. But I'm also not giving people the impression that I am angry and upset that it is not trending. I'm well aware it isn't. And that's why I can talk about it and smile about it, because I don't put my eggs in a basket that has holes in it. That's a pretty good idiom. I don't know if you're familiar with the idiom of putting all your eggs in one basket, but just imagine if the basket has a false bottom. That's kind of where a lot of first-time business owners, as in anyone who becomes a Twitch streamer, before they have an employer, this is their first time. So what do you do the first time? You stay true to yourself. You do what you know how to do. You're young, inexperienced, you didn't have to deal with people, you don't want to deal with people. That's why you chose this career, or potential career. But the reality is, you do have to interact with people. You do need to make compromises. And you also need to understand all the things you don't want to do, that you're avoiding doing. It's inherent to everything. So if you start a business, you are a business. So hopefully, in my opinion, there will be a future generation that went through the struggles. Like, you know, some of the older OG guys are like turning 30 now, right? Like my age, turning 30 now, that embrace this, and they've had like 10 plus years of experience. Hopefully they normalize all of this, but it takes a lot of time. You're comparing this industry, quote unquote, this subset, which is like 10 years old max formally, right? And professionalism and standards haven't even been created yet, to any other job that lasts multiple decades now, over 50 years, right? And if you're thinking, well, there are newer jobs, it's like those newer jobs have very, like, the standards are wild and it ranges. Like, for example, technology. Like, take a look at how AI is developing, right? Jobs around AI. It's all over the place. It's chaotic, just like content creation. Content creation is very young. But then you compare it to something like my background. It's a formal institution that lasts over 300 years. The standards are really nailed into stone. In fact, it has the opposite problem, where it's so dogmatic that they're having trouble changing with the times. So that's where you get a lot of your early experiences. But always keep in mind, in my opinion, it's nice to remind all the excited Narutos out there that you've got to remember that having a career involves other people. And hopefully, one day, you will find your own way to do all those things and like it. Until that day comes, though, it's gonna be growing pains. That's more or less what the phrase means, growing pains. And I'm excited to hear what happens to your journey, you know? I've met a couple people already who started and stopped, all within the time I've been messing around on Twitch. Yeah. 15 people now? Oh, and here's a thing to keep in mind though. Since remember that we were talking about the whole affirmation thing and whatnot. The only reason those people, like I've encountered those people, is because they found empathy with me, but for a reason that I cannot reciprocate. Right? So the thing is, I'm not looking for what they're looking for, but coincidentally, I am in a similar position as they are. So there's a really big miscommunication a lot of times. And because of their priorities and they're looking for certain things, they're not looking up, they're looking down, which that can really, really hurt the progress that someone makes. If you're busy looking down on people who you think are better, you are better than them, you're not getting better. Perspective. It's kind of an art joke too, I suppose. When you spend all your time looking down, you're not looking up. If you're constantly looking down, you have nothing to improve. And that's usually the people I encounter because of how algorithms work. I'm not saying you're one of them. I'm just making sure I'm not giving the false impression that I have like some secret or some like some secret to success or something. I'm not offering secrets to success because as most people would say, if I'm offering secrets to success, would I be successful now? Yes and no. That's a really great question a lot of times that people challenge me. Like, the question you have to ask first is, do I want to? And then if you can confirm that I want to, the answer would be yes. But I don't want to, so it's irrelevant if I'm successful or not. You don't even know how I'm successful yet. So it happens a lot. I'm not selling you snake oil. I'm not trying to sell you anything. So I don't want to give anyone the impression that I am selling anyone something. Which is, well, I guess I'm offering something. I'm offering inspiration. That's all I'm offering. Just like artwork. And that's why I like doing art too. Uh-oh. Okay. Man, that's too dark. Maybe we'll go like half steps. Half steps. I want this to count. Yeah, I do. Oh. Hopefully we get this done in a reasonable amount of time. Fair. Thanks. Appreciate it. It is worth noting that I'm appealing to your pragmatism, but you know, there are other skills you can use as well, like appealing to someone to their subjectivity, right? To their and make it sound pragmatic to help them understand their emotions. That's also a different thing, but you don't strike me as someone who is incredibly emotional at the moment. So, appropriateness. In a way, this might come off as a misinterpretation, but I tend to say things that are agreeable, especially when I'm streaming, because I'm here to provide agreeableness, not disagreeableness. So I'm not here to gaslight you about how, I don't know, wrong or right you are. There are individuals who do that, though. And I said do again. There are individuals whose brand is built on that. But they have the luxury because they have established that expectation. Yeah, I say do a lot as a emphasis. Lots of doing. Can't start off with telling you that you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. With that word. I go into digressions every time someone provides a binary perspective, and I try my best to make it sound agreeable. I think that's the personal challenge that I like about streaming. So when someone tells me, I don't understand why it's not this way, because it's this way right now. So immediately that's an invitation for me to try to spin as many stories as possible to offer all the other alternatives. And that's how I add to the discussion. In fact, there are many times, if you might be wondering, well, you can't know about everything, so how do you add to something you don't know? You explain to them how you don't know. That is something. Not knowing something is something. So you explain to them how what you potentially could see it being like, and explain your best to your knowledge of how you may have an impression of what it is. Storytelling about how much you don't know. And then you invite that person to discuss and share about what they do know. All these strategies are more focused on younger people who have social anxiety, as in like the skills I'm talking about are mainly focused on getting individuals who are very brilliant and smart and like maybe very competent in their skill, but have underpracticed conversational skills. And it's not necessarily voluntarily their fault per se if they want to look for faults. It's, you have to focus on skills, right? And these skills aren't written anywhere. So a lot of times social anxiety deals with something that can be pragmatically lessened. And that's always feeling the confidence that you have something to say. If you give them enough mechanical foundation to turn anything into a situation where they can mechanically and technically have something to say, it removes a lot of the burden of social anxiety. And with enough practice, you end up like me, I suppose. For better or for worse. And the reason why I say this is because I had social anxiety. I had social anxiety. Now I like giving public speeches. So, and interviews. So, you know, it's just how weird the world works sometimes, you know? I was also that weird kid that thought that they were introverted. And they're doomed to the life of social anxiety. Yeah, me too. If you ask my 20 my first 20 years, if you ask my first 20 years self, probably say the same thing. Wouldn't have thought about it. It's like, doesn't everyone struggle with it? Like, well, yeah, at first. You all struggle with it at first. You don't have to let it cause you struggle for the rest of your life. Yeah, it cost me energy to interact with people. But since the energy now is so efficient, I can do it for longer times. So if you can do it for more than a day, you don't need any more. You get to rest. So there is an upper limit. So it's in contrast to an extroverted person. Like, for example, someone who networks and it's perpetual. So when you're an extroverted person, right? Truly, and I mean truly, with the most sincerity, you can perpetually go, as in it doesn't sap you of energy, it increases your livelihood. So what happens is you don't need to recharge. So those people are those people who could literally run themselves to overexhaustion while interacting with people. So they like that, right? But they have to compromise when to understand, dude, man, you've been at this for like 4 days straight. Your body needs to sleep. Go to bed. Stop worrying about that other stuff. So they still worry about like social anxiety and whatnot. It's not exclusive to introverts, by the way. Just it's not exclusive to any human. Social anxiety is not exclusive to any human or any type of human. They just present themselves in different perspective. Extroversion, you gotta learn restraint. If you feed on individual interaction, you won't learn when to rest in a social environment. And that still leads to the same symptoms, like exhaustion, all that. It just presents differently in the process. So for me, I am well aware that I'm introverted because it's not sustainable. What I do is create a lot of energy elsewhere so that when I get on stream, I'm at well over capacity. I'm not getting on stream to escape from socializing. I deliberately create a lifestyle that allows me to get on stream to expend energy. Extroverted people would get on stream to gain energy, as in, oh man, work, I'm running at 20% charge, man. I gotta get online to get more energy, right? then like I'm up all night. That's not me. So right now, what I'm describing is, yeah, and that's great that you said the exact words that I would probably use. The key word is cope. Streaming is not my form of coping, which I do. It's a really core understanding for many of the people that are suffering, not openly, but more implicitly when I see them, is that if you want streaming to be a career, it is not a form of escape or coping mechanism. The moment you cope with your career, it only goes downhill. It can't go up. Because cope means you're normalizing. You don't get better than normalizing. You only get better when you're exceeding your normalization. So if you're coming on to make something successful, trying to get back to 100% using your career is very I don't know if there's a person that has become successful in that manner. It's not sustainable. So hopefully changing that mindset, at least encouraging someone or inspiring someone to focus on their life, as in like eating better, sleeping better, and then when they come on to promote their career, regardless if it gives them energy or saps their energy, they come in knowing exactly how much energy they can give to whatever they're doing. Because when someone comes and you're like, oh yeah, you know, I'm just grinding, feeling miserable. It's like, man, I used to love this game. It's like, yikes. I'm sorry that you went from coping about your incompetence in a video game, and then now you're publicly demonstrating your dissatisfaction. And also, because of your public dissatisfaction, you are accruing more people who are dissatisfied with you in order to drag everyone down. So you have unfortunately became a core of all your failings. Yeah, and it sucks. It really does suck, at least in my opinion. When I see like some, I don't know, first time 18 to 20-year-old, and all I see a lot of times is they're surrounded by people who wish they can do better, but they want to feel included. So they surround themselves with everyone else who feels the same way. And that just builds on top of each other. So now you have an impenetrable, almost soundproof barrier of a community that can only get worse, as in like worse mentally, where they can only try to feel the same that they always feel. That's like the most ideal situation. The most ideal situation is they can be as happy as they once were. It's not they can be happier than they've ever been. And that's no shonen life. By taking it back to the whole shonen thing, that's not Naruto. It's not hopeful. It's not ambitious. It's not proactive. It's barely youthful. You're not looking to make yourself better? That's unfortunate. You're just trying to hold on to what you used to have. Now you're thinking like someone who's 70. And I don't see a 70-year-old. I see a 20-year-old. That's so weird. Also, that's also something called nihilism as well, where the internet provides you with so much information and know that all the good stuff and how the upper limit is, to the point where those kids no longer try to do anything anymore. They get to the point where like, why bother when there's someone else better than me? Like, well, that person's better than you in a metric standpoint, like a ends justify the means. But the journey is different. It will statistically be highly improbable that your journey is going to be different. It's going to be the exact same as their journey. Like, if you're a logical person and if you think nihilism's got your logic circuit intact, right? Like, oh, I learned about logically speaking. It's like, well, logically, here's the absolute predominant universal truth. If you pursue this career, your journey will be different. Use that. That's what makes humans humans. Robots, on the other hand, if you think you're logical, like if you're logical all the time, then yes, your journey will be incredibly the same. Like if you tell a robot to count from 1 to 10, they'll probably count from 1 to 10 the same way all the time. If you count to 1 to 10 and I count 1 to 10, that's different. You might think it's the same, but the way I count from 1 to 10 is definitely different from you. There's absolutely guaranteed 100% the way I count from 1 to 10 is going to be different. That's the young kids need to in my opinion, kids that grow up in the internet age, they need to understand that. Or I would highly encourage them to understand that so that they would continue doing things, not sit there and not do things. The internet removed that from the old school way. I'm a millennial, so I'm 30 plus. Before this stuff, I can't see those things. I had to do those things. And eventually, maybe it turns out to be something. Now you have foreknowledge. So the internet generation can see all those things. But now they lack all the experience of those things. Because yeah, I get it. If you know enough, you kind of convince yourself to do anything, really. Like, or to not do anything, really. But there's so much more to the process. And as an art form, that's why art is a great example. You cannot, no matter how much I like sit around and like brainstorm about stuff, art is still a process. So even your thinking process that you think is mechanically the same is not the same. So in the beginning of all my art stuff, or in the beginning of any time I record Legacy, I'm discussing how I'm thinking about things. Because it's not about the hot take, which I do give a few hot takes here and there just for fun. It's not about the hot take. It's how I got the hot take. It's what that hot take means. That is unequivocally unique. Me drawing this piece of artwork, the artwork itself is not unequivocally unique. Someone can literally just copy paste this. How the story that I've attached to this, the first 20 minutes, the first 30 minutes, the discussions we're having now, is unequivocally unique. There's not a single person who even desires to say exactly what I'm saying now while doing this. So if you're ever worried about, oh, I'm not unique enough to be successful, or you're doubting yourself, you're not unique enough to be successful, it's largely because the biggest thing is you're weighing yourself down to metrics that are not prone to be unique. Things like, am I good at drawing straight lines? Well, we've seen the straightest lines. So, it's only downhill from there. Like, okay, so if you're measuring yourself by how straight your lines are, I don't know what to tell you. Choose a different metric. I can tell you how I'm gonna draw the straight lines. And then immediately you're already thinking, man, so what way is it gonna draw the straight line? Immediately, it's already like, you can't know until I do it. How do you think I'm gonna draw the straight line? One better. Am I going to draw a straight line? Because I could figuratively draw a straight line and say it's straight. It's no longer like, it's unique now. It's no longer like concrete. So the more objective you try to become, which the internet does do that quite often, you lost your sense of uniqueness. Yeah, like, so if you're ever concerned about uniqueness, you gotta inject subjectivity. Just do it. And I might make it sound like it's kind of like I just meme, like, just do it, you know, Shia LaBeouf, just do it. But it's one of the most practiced intuitions. I think it's been stigmatized quite a bit because of the normalization of the data. Data is a trend, and it was like this holy grail. Like, working in science, it's been the holy grail. It's that whole like overpricing. In my opinion, it's overrated, right? And what I mean by overrated is my objectivity is great. It's very appropriate for like career tasks and stuff. But objectivity is inherently not appropriate for understanding one's own emotional, irrational state. Like, if there's anything logical, ironically, logical about being irrational, is that you have to be irrational and subjective to understand your irrationality. It's only logical. But in this day and age, it has come to the point where everyone has systematically attempted to remove empathy and subjectivity away from understanding their emotions. It's so weird. Like, what does a therapist do? Well, they use objective observational skills to see patterns by focusing on subjective tells. There's a reason why a therapist can't just do it for like 10,000 people at one time, because they're individually based. So what does that say? It's subjective, right? So when you go online and someone says, oh, this is what you need to do to be happy, and they have an audience of 1 million viewers, let's just hope, I have to be super fair in this case, let's just hope that this influencer's self-selection, as in the pre-selection, is so strong that the community has self-selected themselves to be light-minded. Otherwise, and you're assuming that, whatever that person says will present themselves as a dangerous, unintentional effect on anyone who is not the target audience. And generally speaking, that smaller percentage, hopefully that smaller percentage, is the one that makes the biggest waves. And as a public person, you are as weak as your weakest link. So that's kind of like going into a digression about influencers and their liability, which is not standardized. So what I'm saying is, a lot of times when I say I'm not offering snake oil and I'm just offering inspiration and discussion, it's largely because I don't want to end up giving people the false impression that, hey, listen to this random guy talk about something, and he has like he has a PhD in something and whatnot. It's like, not all those credentials. It rarely measures subjectivity or the understanding of subjectivity. Most of our credentials and stuff are standardized. They're standardized because they can be measured objectively in some capacity. A PhD has been standardized, even though it's very complicated and complex, and like over 300 years of ways of standardizing it. So if this is standardized, it is likely very objectively measured in some way, at least less subjective than offering advice. So yes, those things, those credentials actually rarely ever contribute substantially outside of their like immediate field. So when someone says like, I don't know, I've been as a I'm gonna say something that is just for laughs. As a Asian for 36 years, I should know how Chinese people feel online. You can't even say, I can't even say that with a straight face. Let alone someone who has the arrogance and the audacity to say because they have a PhD, they know how people feel. Like, I'm not saying that that's everyone, right? Actually, the vast majority of people who are highly educated aren't online. It's largely the majority who wants to appeal as an influencer that uses that type of language. And it's definitely, you know, their choice. It's their choice, their career, their life. But it's also their consequence, their liability, and their accountability. So, but the latter stuff hasn't been standardized yet. People don't get punished for saying what is actually true, but inferring truth that can be dangerous. So like me going around and saying I have a PhD in biology credits me to inherently tell people what to do to be successful in science is overstepping the credentials. And using that it's kind of weak, personally. Like for me, if you need to use your credentials to establish a higher ground of trust me, bro, I prefer to demonstrate it. Even then, I wouldn't sell myself, even based on my demonstration. And there are individuals, at least I know, that I'm aware of, that has set the appearance of people that are in my educational background with a very different image. Like, if I told someone that this is what a scientist sounds like when they're streaming on Twitch, they'd be like, really? Like, well, have you seen a scientist that hangs out on social media? Like, well, yeah, you know, this guy says they have a PhD. It's like, okay. You go there, it's like, oh, right. And it would be something different. It would be a different skill set. Like, they would be in a different skill set. So then you would ask them, like, what do you think a scientist does? Because I sure as heck, I'm going to tell you that the thing you spend your time watching and playing, it's kind of, sort of, but not really. And it's a subjectivity of scientists. So like, I love asking these questions a lot, and it's fun to hear people's take. It's not offensive, it's just fun. Like, what do you think a scientist sounds like? I can tell you, I don't sound like what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Or just Neil deGrasse? It might just be Neil deGrasse, right? You know, honestly, I keep always... Oh, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, not him. I don't sound like him. But I sure as heck can tell you, when I ask someone sometimes, what does a scientist sound like? Well, some of those people would probably imagine Neil. I'm like, okay, well, sure. I mean, I have no comment. He is a scientist, or was, or however he claims he is. I mean, it's true. Like, there's no denying the objective nature of it. right? But that's where objectivity fails. You're literally talking about your own perception. You're literally talking about your own perception. Your subjective perception of a scientist. And the first thing you focus on is something objective. So you're qualifying something, right? And it's worth reminding yourself that. I'm not saying it's wrong or anything. Just you have to remind yourself, it's like, oh yeah, right. What's your selection criteria? Well, your selection criteria is anyone with a PhD. Like, okay. Well, what are the limitations of what you just said? Like, it's kind of ironic because that's how scientists approach their methodology, right? So say your the methodology is, how do you determine a scientist? Well, your first methodology would be anyone who's educated in the sciences. Okay, what are the pros and cons? What are the exclusions? What is the distribution of this methodology that you have? It's like, well, the first thing is, if you're using your methodology and there's one step to it, it's probably awful. Add another step, it's improving. It actually goes up exponentially. So when you find 3 or 4 things, the reliability of the accuracy of that measurement goes up exponentially. What does that sound like? Oh yeah, data. So you could do it in a deductive way. The more you add, the more experience you have, the more pre-selection, it starts really narrowing it down. But then your examples get really, really specific. And the great thing about understanding, quote unquote, the process of how you think is that you can explain it from beginning to end. So when someone asks you, can you be a little bit more specific? I will give you at least enough criteria in which when I say the thing, you can't possibly think of too many things that violate my criteria. So then you can vary that. Like, okay, this guy's being really general. How about I say, this is a great movie because of these 4 reasons. And the guy's like, oh yeah, you're right. I totally agree. The guy would say, they said, but wait a minute. What about this and this? Okay. I like this movie for these 8 reasons. And then the pool of potential disagreement just goes down the drain. Like agreement goes exponentially. So the idea is you just practice this, in my opinion. If you can practice this in a way, it's often to the point where when you open your mouth and you talk about things, you're always hyper-focused on all the conditions. And it makes it sound like you're always constantly agreeable because you're not necessarily ever directly disagreeing with anyone because you have enough conditions. So in the future, you don't go around, and this is the classic Twitch viewer streamer interaction a lot of times. It's like, man, all their games suck. Go on. For what reason? Well, they just suck. Well, okay, that's one reason. Do you have any more reasons? It's like, well, all their game features a male character. Can you be more specific? Because that sounds like it's not unique to this specific game series, but to everything. Have you considered the idea that you might just hate something else? The reason why is I'm looking to help that person, or at least I want that person to be able to have the ability to explain what is upsetting them. It's for my benefit, actually. Like, I want to know that in the future, this person is upset at something that I'm doing, but not really upset at me. It's they're cogently and competently describing exactly what is upsetting them about what I'm like, the game or the thing I'm doing. And that allows them to be less upset. And they will probably engage in the things less, but they would be more interested in figuring out why they're upset. Right? Like, and in the future, it's a great skill to have. Like, you will be more competent in choosing when to be upset. That's the next GOAT thing. I choose when I am upset. Like, there is a benefit to understanding and doing things you don't want to do. But you have to understand well enough about why you don't want to do it, in what way, in what manner, so that when you go and choose to do it, you know. And that gets you to do skills you don't want to do. And I'm gonna be, this is my hot take here, full circle. This is why I do Inktober. I'm just saying. I don't actually like doing artwork at first. Like, I don't like specific types of artwork. Like, I like doing the specific, I like looking at them, you know, on the internet. Like, hey, this guy's really good at sculpting. This guy, it's like, but I don't want to do them. If I did, I'd be doing them. So, in order to grow exponentially or quickly as a person, you have to come up with a method that encourages you to be ready to do something you don't want to do and then learn to like it. There are like multiple prongs, but first, the most important is being able to be in a state of mind where you can approach things that you don't want to do. And then the second state of mind is to sustainability. So that's the self-help, the maintaining lifestyle thing. And thirdly is to master it to a point where you start liking it emotionally. So those are like the 3 steps, right, to acquiring skills. And when you become well aware of yourself, you do it rapidly. So when someone has a problem, you solve their problem very easily. And what I mean by easily is, to you, it feels efficient and quickly. And what do you do first? You do exactly what they do and feel the exact problems they have and solve it with them. That's empathy. So you get to a point where you can easily empathize, because if someone says they hate this music, the first thing I want to do with them is listen to the music with them and figure out how I can understand why they hate the music. That's the first way to try to get at the problem very quickly. Then you choose maybe to suffer together, or find a way to critically, you know, criticize it together, or offer counterpoints and whatnot. But the idea is, if you can't quickly acquire and empathize, you yourself still also probably lack the skills to do it yourself, for yourself. So it goes to like one other digression that I talk about quite a bit, which is there are lots of kind people in the world who would do anything, would do a lot of things to help people, but they are often not the people well equipped to help people, or they overestimate how helpful they can be. And I wish for a world, in my opinion, that is not the case. That when people want to be kind, they also have the tools and skills to be helpful. But generally speaking, there are people who are very kind, but they aren't up to the task. Like, they have to sacrifice things. As opposed to when you go to choose to help someone, you're already ready for it. Like, when I get online, I'm making myself available to help people. I'm not getting online because someone might come and ask me for help, and I may or may not be ready for it, kind of thing. Like, oh, if it depends on what I'm gonna do right now, it's like, no, like that's the goal that I have, not the goal that other people have, right? So I'm not here to like tell you what video games to buy next, or I'm not here to plug my drink. I don't know, my energy drink or something. That's, I mean, I could do that if I need to buy, like, if I need to make money, but you know, that's a whole different story. But yeah, just I hope people I like to think that in the future this stuff is a common thing, so that little youngins, right? Little youngins are better equipped in handling just all this stuff. It's so different. I don't deal with this stuff because I grew up in a different generation under a different cultural mix. Hopefully you and your significant other was also finding your way around. I'm really falling behind. I'm gonna start doing this. Okay. We'll put it up on like the deep digression stuff. I wasn't really expecting to. I digressed on during Inktober. I really appreciate it. Kind of fun. This is what I do most of the time, by the way. So, when you ask what I did the other day, I tell people I play video games, but it's kind of hard to explain why I do it or how I do it. So when I'm playing a video game, I'm doing that stuff that might trigger some people, especially people who are specifically only looking for input gameplay. So things like, dude, man, would you play the game already? As I am playing the game. I'm basking in the developer's creation here. You know, so I typically make sure that I know at least a couple people who are doing the same thing, who are more focused on gameplay. And what I mean by gameplay, the trending type of gameplay, like Sun.
Wide Coco stare.
Wide Coco. Thanks, Sun. He's on here way to 1,000 followers, huh? Twitch, she has a community of people who love her work. So humbling to see, but definitely took her 2 to 3 years. Nice. That's commitment. I wish her the best. Hopefully, the stuff she's doing is the target audience that she is cultivating for a long time to come. 2 to 3 years is a mark of there's gonna be like transition times. So there are gonna be transition periods, right? Where some community blending and merging and flipping will occur. So Hopefully it continues to expand and attract and evolve in a way that's incredibly healthy for her. That's my blanketed statement for anyone, really. So that's my wishful thinking. Everyone gets to be surrounded by the intended audience. We used to have mainly Sim 4. That's an interesting one. It's still pretty hopping, actually. Sim is pretty hopping. What is she doing now? Stardew Valley? Not just... The reason is Stardew Valley is pretty hopping, and it's a demographic that would resonate with a previous Sim 4 kind of content creator. You play that too? Oh, okay, fair enough. And when she started, game dev kind of didn't exist. Oh, interesting. Game dev. Oh. Well, I'm thinking of like this, you know, like I'm bootstrapping now and connecting the dots on what you're telling me. When you offer me like a piece of information, I try my best to like add to the most likely case of stuff. She used to stream Sim, but she gave up to gain her... Oh, okay. A more appropriate audience for her time being. Yeah. Understandable. You really wanted to... I should have... I'm not a great improvisational person, but if I were like an entertainer or something, I probably would be fast enough to just like yell that really, really loud. But no, I'm not a comedian, so it's an untrained skill. I'm not fast with that type of thing. I could be though. I could be if I were to practice, but I am not. The closest thing I would say is something like, man, you're really upset. Something like really obvious and like dry. No, we don't have to worry about this spillover. Yeah, might as well keep this, because I'm gonna end up highlighting on top this anyways. Let's just clean it up anyways. Kind of cathartic. All right. Oh, this is my cheap approach. We're doing cheap approaches because we're not gonna get to the stuff. Like, let's be real. I'm like 3 hours behind. Don't worry. It's a non-issue. I always account for. Again, it's the same deal with what I said earlier. I come online not to in anticipation of this. It's not a goal. Like, I'm even flexible enough to just stop here and then complete it the next day. You just don't know what life will throw at you, and when you're sharing it publicly, you should be ready for that, right? Okay. I've been skipping around, so I've lost track of where I am. Oh, okay. Okay. If you change your layer mode to overlay and use a white color, you can make a general... Yeah, I know. Right now, I am not varying the. I'm varying the hue and the white. So right now it's just it doesn't take too long. Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of ways that this can be more efficient. I totally agree. And it does work. It does work here. What you're describing. It does work. so yes. So the process I'm doing is the one that I do now. So to give you an example, the thing I do most consistently, so that if I'm like really short on time, it ends up looking something like this one. So it ends up looking like this, which I do occlusion, then rim lighting, then the contouring in between, and then I do a light, so like the general lighting. So it's like four times over. But the reason why I do it that way is because it's all mechanical, as in like I've done it to the point where, oh, this is here, and the mind's eye just it's all separated. So I do them all stepwise at some point. And then eventually it just ends up looking like everything has a rim light next to a occlusion line, which then it has the depth of the contouring, and then at the very last, which this piece doesn't have, is actually this piece does. It's from top left to bottom right. So the top left is lighter, the middle section's darker, and I didn't go as hard on the bottom part, but it's definitely the top left is where. So that's kind of the mechanical thing, and we're gonna do that. And then maybe I'll throw in some skin tones or something, and draw some extra lines here and there. So that's kind of the idea, and it's all mechanical. So it's all mechanical, and because it's mechanical, it's neat, as in like there's a lot of repeats, right? So if you repeat it enough, very neatly, it obscures everything else. Like for example, these lines, these little lines, there's no rhyme or reason where they are, except for the flow. They're only capturing the flow. So these like lines with a little dash here and there, they're just capturing the direction of the lines. That's it. There's no reason for them to be there. You could erase them. That's kind of the idea. Oh, and we need a background. I don't think I'm gonna finish this piece today, but it's great. I mean, isn't that great when you're doing artworks? Like, there's no reason for it. It just looks okay. Like, that's the best thing. Like, do you know what you're doing? I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just doing it because it looks good. I'm kind of lying a little bit. I know what works to some extent, and that's what I'm doing. But I'm doing the lowest effort possible. By lowest effort, I mean intellectually. Like, I don't have to think about it. I'm doing something that I don't have to think about, so I can focus on talking about things. It's kind of like playing a video game, right? When you're like grinding, then I'm talking while I'm grinding, because you're not too focused on trying to come up with advanced topics. So I tend to digress at this stage, the rendering stage of of the piece. Because no matter what I do, it's gonna come together using this process. I truly stick to this process when I need to get something done without while being able to talk. So this is me doing that. I still say and stuff a bit because it's still art, right? And I already said I only draw like not so often. The only reason I'm doing this here is because we're gonna leave a little bit of highlight on the bottom. And then we're gonna go through and put a little dimple there across. It's so tiny, but it's fine. Sometimes I wish my pictures were a gigantic, but then I dread the thought of I dread the thought of having to draw the lines with the gigantic sweeping arm motions. I'm having a hard time. Okay, I need to look at I need to look at a kunai again. Okay. Thanks. Okay. We'll do it this way. Yeah, I have so little art experience. In middle school, was it middle school? In middle school, I did really I did really well, I guess. Like middle school and high school, I did really well, but Chinese. So creative arts was not in the socially dogmatic standard. But no, I ended up taking film. I did a lot of film things, and then fine arts, and then classic literature, and then music theory. I took a lot of extracurriculars, but my parents wouldn't know. Except for the taekwondo. They definitely found out about the taekwondo, and they were a little bit a little sussy with when I came back and told them like, yeah, you know, I'm doing this now. They were not. Okay, one thing they were not into, even more so than taekwondo, is when I was in my late 20s, right? I was doing mud runs. So those are like the ones where you run in the mud for 12.5 miles, which is a half marathon. What is a half marathon? I guess it's like 20,000 kilometers, 20k. I don't know. I'm guessing it's 20k or something. And you run through obstacle courses and stuff on the mud, and we did that, and I did that once a year for like 5 years. They were not happy about that. The first thing they said to me was, what happens if you break your arm? And I'm like, well, I guess I don't need my arm to do the science. I actually do, but you know. You know what's funny? It's called a tough mudder. It's the thing that took the world by storm for a bit until like COVID happened, and unfortunately it stagnated. It's called a tough mudder. It was the one that first went international, so you can probably find it in other places. It's still going now, but the COVID thing really hit it hard, and I stopped since post-COVID. I haven't gone back to do it annually post-COVID. Oh, which, by the way, the only this approach that I'm doing right now it's only because of the current cell shading technique that anime uses all the time. So what I mean by that is anime inspired like video games and like digital artwork stuff, not the like the hand-drawn stuff, you know, like anime. So like most of the techniques that I'm applying is that getting that cell shaded look, which is very efficient. So that's kind of where I adapted most of the stuff. So yeah, if it does look like it should go in like it's very anime-ish, it's because that's when you break down all the different elements and like cell shaded stuff. That's my take, I guess, on it. The minimalistic, you know. I add the extra lines here and there so that it looks less of like blanketed cell shaded stuff. So we're talking about like I don't know, things like Genshin Impact, Hoyoverse, and whatnot. You add extra lines, then when you add these extra lines and stuff and skin tones and screen tones and stuff, then you're just elevating to like I don't know, the trend in hybrid CG hybrids, like, you know, Fortis Studios, who did League of Legends, right? The League of Legends show, Arcane, or like Enter the Spider-Verse, where they put in their own like stylized like extra hand-drawn lines here and there to contour or elicit more character, deliberately making it rougher or noisier kind of thing, but in a deliberate way. So that's just elevating it beyond the whole like cell shaded stuff that has become very very appropriate. I mean, even like, for example, Legends of Zelda, right? It's like a budget version. it's a budget version of that, so that I can save time. I think we're done with the occlusion. And I'm doing it in this order because it's easier for me to see. It's a good combination of clean and not clean, you know, like all right combination of the two. Okay. And then I go back, like there's more, like, but I can stop here basically. So the idea is I only do it in this order because if I run out of time, I just stop at any of the steps. It's like, oh yeah, I ran out of time. That's how it works. So it's procedural. So the more I get, like my mechanical process has 15 steps, and in Inktober, that piece right here, is 5 steps. I did 5 steps here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 steps. So there's 15 layers that go through, but it's only if I get to them, and it's not really all that important. Like, it just gets finer and finer. Like, for example, the 15th step, I manually texture the entire fur of this. So I'm gonna go in, draw the lines, and then I'm gonna layer all the lines, do all the specular highlights on the lines, and then it'll end up coming out like actual fur that has like different colorations and white strands randomly. But I don't ever get to that point. Like, rarely do I ever get to that point. But it's up there, and it's very mechanical. So it's an evolution of what I'm already doing. So it's not like I'm going to break my arm and do stuff. So now we get to the life part. I like this part. This is where we scale back our brush size to let's do 2 this time. Also, all the brush sizes and lengths and luminosity and stuff are all fixed. So the steps are all the same, regardless of the color. It's truly and inherently mechanical. I usually don't say what they are. It's just if you look long enough, whenever I'm doing this type of thing, it becomes pretty obvious what I'm doing. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. By the way, it is incredibly late for you. And last time we talked, it was around this time when you said it was like 3 a.m. Now I imagine it's like 4 a.m. or something now. Makes me think, do you sleep? Hopefully I'm not keeping you from... I probably am, but hopefully it's manageable. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. How does that affect your productivity? Imagine it's okay? Every once in a while, I mean. Oh, okay. Prep? Okay. Prep for your date. Wow, that's an early prep. Oh yeah, you know, one thing that I really want to get to, maybe one of these days, is tapering all of this. So this is just the first stage highlight, right? So in stage 8 or 9, I taper all these lines instead of using the same length. So all of it gets tapered, and we're not doing that. Like that's why a lot of all the extra steps are not necessary. They are most definitely not necessary. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oops. It helps, but the days I'm exhausted, I prep the night before, so I have an extra. Oh, okay. Yeah, invest forward. It's a very proactive strategy, investing forward. I approve. Oh yeah, that's right. I lost my train of thought for a moment. Don't worry, that makes sense afterwards. Oh, oh wait. Oh no. Okay. I'm starting to mess up here. Hold up. I keep doubling back on some things. Meant to be smaller here. Okay. Yeah. It's the moment I swapped and lost my train of thought. It's right here. It's when I lost my train of thought. Okay. Still not guaranteed. Still not guaranteed. Okay. Yeah, I can probably find a way to do the thing that you said, but also adjust the girth. Possibly? Because I have to adjust the girth too. the girth. Size matters. You heard me. Don't even at me right now. Size matters in this case. The flow state. Size matters. Oh, I could go more vibrant too. Oh, and that's one thing too. I step up when it comes to like the rim lines. I step up in white, but I don't change hue. But when I step down, I step up in saturation and black, but not I step down in both saturation and black. So I need to like account for that in the future when I figure out a way to do this in a more streamlined manner. He's a good boy, though. This guy's a good boy. I want a companion like this. Persona 6, please. Add this guy to Persona 6. That'd be great. Please and thank you. Obviously not with this, like... not with this coloring style, just... Add a red panda. Oh, I did do that, didn't I? Oh, that's weird. Why did I do that? Okay. It's fine. No worries. We got this. What the heck? Okay. Let's quickly look. What else Dang you. I'm forgetting so many things. I might have to, I might have to shelve this until tomorrow. Nah, we got it. Get her done. No? I might have gone too thin now for this piece. I got like I got subconscious about going too thick the one time, and now I think I'm gone too thin. It should be a little bit more dynamic, but got too conservative. I'm almost there. I don't know what to tell you. I only got the head part. I'm not even done with the head yet. It's okay. We're concentrating. Technically, we could stop and not do the body either. Depending on, like, the focal point. Like, you don't necessarily have to do a thing other than the head. It's fine. Let's see if we covered everything. Hang on, I gotta close my eyes for a sec. Okay. All right, now off to the rest of the thing. Gotta do. Oh no! Oh no. It's fine. Got to switch the layers. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Fine. No one panic. It's okay. I was doing so well, too, today. It's not a deal breaker. Like, layers are there as a safeguard, right? It's only there as a safeguard. only there as a safeguard. No worries. So I say that a couple times. It almost sounds like I'm trying to convince myself that it's okay. Huh, okay. I think we're probably gonna dim the one side too. Yes. So we'll create 4 different quadrants. It's not meant to be realistic, you know? Like we're not doing like realistic lighting or anything. It's just I'm literally just creating 4 different quadrants. So that looks interesting. It's one of those like, to heck with realistic lighting. Who needs realism when you have stylized? You know? I might have triggered a lot of people. Okay. Keep going. Super trigger. You just gotta suck it up. Suck it up. You feel me? Oh my gosh. We're just gonna have to bash this thing. Bashing this thing means we're gonna cut some corners soon. After this step, we're gonna cut corners. This is the last step that I'm take my time. Gonna bring out the quick and dirty. Oof. What the heck? What am I gonna do with this? I totally forgot about this. Guess I'll make an exception here. That was awkward. That time when your hand just decides to wobble into a different direction. That's when I started to worry about my mental faculties. It's okay. We're out of space there. So I was just gonna ignore it and maybe do one side things. There are exceptions when things are too small. When things are too small, you just can't go below 1 pixel. Occasionally I draw stuff that reaches too much of a threshold for cell shading. I mean, you can't really cell shade. I would say cell shading has a limit of 3 pixels across. So like 2, 3, that's like bottom line. You gotta make your artwork bigger for some decent cell shading. So I'm like at my limit. And that's where I usually place it at. So there I also choose my resolution for a very specific reason too. Like how big I draw the thing. How big I draw the thing is at the very bottom of the limit. Like, it's a lower limit. If I draw anything smaller, cell shading is not going to be effective. It's back to blending. You do blending. Which I do like blending, but blending's noisy. It relies on noise. So the only time I really do blending right now is backgrounds. Which, surprise, surprise, that's how animes are made, right? If you think about it. If you're thinking about anime, it's like, what do you do? Oh, backgrounds are blended. If they really want to go like ham, right? Like, if you really want to go ham and there's like some great things, look up Shinkai and just look at his backgrounds. And then you look at his character. Well, his characters are pretty nice too, but that's because he also embraces a lot of the nice like gains in work put using aided aided computer models as well. Those characters are like incredibly vibrant as well. However, his backgrounds, yes. There's no cutting corners on his backgrounds. Absurdly beautiful. Absurdly. Almost unappreciated. It's almost it's to an extent it's hard to even do it justice. Like as a non-artist person, I can't even as a person who's dabbling a little bit in digital art, right? Or in any form of art, I can say there's no way I can do justice to appreciating Shinkai's landscape. Shinkai's landscape, no one asked for it. But oh, do I love it. What I mean is, now I ask for it because at first no one asked for it. And then Shinkai more or less is the reason why I will forever smile and say I'm not good at landscape work. And I am terrible and cut corners at environmental drawings. And I'm perfectly fine with that. Because I can watch Shinkai films and bask in the glory of someone who committed to the craft. And he does it for a whole movie. We're not talking about like just, hey, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna spend thousands of hours on one landscape. For a movie, man. Like, of all the mediums to want to tackle, we can choose the movies. Of course, we can't sell Miyazaki short either. But I honestly think highlighting Miyazaki's environment would not do justice to his understanding of motion and animation. And his composition work, right? His character composition work. There's often like this I don't know, pushback or something about like, oh yeah, look at Miyazaki's character. This is how you draw it. Here's a couple lines. It's like, well, yeah. Well, if you compartmentalize what he does, it's like, hey, let's take all the compartmentalization and objectify it, right? It's like, but that's not what he's selling. He's selling his subjective art. Like, you have to see the whole thing, not its compartmentalization. It's true though. If you take my favorite like Miyazaki meme sorta is highlighting the difference between his female and male characters. I don't know if anyone ever seen the meme, but basically he just changes the hair. Like someone just they cropped out the hair of one of the female characters and placed it on one of the male characters, or vice versa. Like, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, how else are you gonna have an iconic look for a character? Just kidding. Well, it was pretty funny when I saw it. I get the point, but... Alright, I think let's take a close, let's close our eyes and look again. I'm satisfied. Oh no, I'm not satisfied. Hold the phone. This is actually printed on there. I think we're gonna... It's printed on there, but I kind of want to give it... Yeah. Alright. Now for the dirty... Oh, no. This is when you don't systematically do things and then you constantly see something you forgot. So, if I had a hot take about artwork, right? That appeals on a like a video game level. And what I mean by video game level, I mean if I tried to gamify art. So, if someone was to tell me, "Hey, I need executive function coaching on how to overcome my insecurities with drawing or like artwork or something. I want it so that I minimize, and for executive function coaching is typically to, in my opinion, to minimize falling backwards and always or try to come up with a model that constantly push the person forward, as in minimize the times it feels like you're falling backwards or treading in place and constantly making micro progress towards forward or massive leaps or what have you, but the sufficient enough to push the person forward. My recommendation would be, for artwork, is to focus, is to break certain elements down into their mechanical repetitious points and then use that as a staple to build layers on top of an art. So for example, you can start with a circle, right? Like you can start with a circle. And one of the things you could do is, like, the first process would be the line. So you draw lots of circles, right? So let's just say you draw lots of circles in the circles. That would be step one. Then step two is you color all the circles a different color. So you take all your base colors, choose your palette, and you'll color all these circles into different colors. And then the next step would be learn to, not worry about shading or anything. Just choose a darker version of every primary color that you chose in those circles. Color half or a third of it that color, and a third of it lighter and darker. So the idea is that you're getting the person to do things mechanically, and you're psychologically getting them to juxtapose the colors next to each other. And what that's going to do, in my opinion, is to train the person mechanically to see colors and stuff next to each other and see lines and stuff next to each other, and then allow them to intuitively figure out what works for them. But the idea is to get them to do a task that is easily achievable by repetition, and then encourage them to intuit it. And that's, to me, a reflection of how I got to this point with, like, minimal, like, got to the point of establishing something that I like to do. And that would be my, like, I don't know, workshop. Like, 1 week workshop. That would be it. And immediately, I would say, if I had to make some, like, hot take guarantees, I would say if they draw a ball next time, it will inherently be miles ahead of what they can envision before they did it. The exercises. And they're just exercises. The idea of exercises is you take the thinking away temporarily, and then you introduce the thinking back into it. Like, after they come to the realization of their mechanical desires, then you ask them, why did you choose this? Like, what is it that this type of juxtaposition of colors and lines speak to you? And then because of that, you can then further advise them, right? It helps them with their self-discovery, and it removes the arduous task of being good at drawing or having to be satisfied with the drawing. You're just getting them to mechanically intuit it. And that's probably one of my, like, hot takes on what I've learned from distilling artwork into mechanical things. And that's it's like a dry way of almost doing the thing that I don't really want to do, which is objectifying something subjective. But nowadays, the internet generation is very more open to objective mechanical things. And because it's a mechanical task, you only have to complete the task. And once you complete the task, adding those on, the more tasks you complete, the more your skill grows progressively. But in a way that doesn't ever feel like you've stepped backwards. And minimizing stepping backwards is probably the GOAT when it comes to educating the younger audience nowadays. Because going backwards is like a crap storm. Like, especially when teaching or trying to educate people to do tasks that always feels bad. So it always feels that they're treading in place. It always feels that they're going backwards. But what happens is you're relatively getting better, but the experience is always at your limit. So it's always going to be uncomfortable in order to progress, right? So we're removing that. We're trying to remove it, at least. And that's kind of my slight hot take on understanding how younger people learn stuff these days. You know, I should have taken... We're going to do the eyes again. Differently. Yeah. Eyes are definitely need to go the other way. And I think I got stuck with something and then just went with it anyways. But yeah, that's kind of like my 2 cents about drawing or doing anything really. And I'm not really reinventing anything. I kid you not. That's how kids learn, I would say. If I had to reflect on how you get a kid, like a very young kid, to know if they like drawing and coloring, they give you some stuff. The adults can give you some stuff and you just go at it. And then you observe, right? So that's what happens. And what I'm trying to do, I guess, is what I'm trying to suggest is younger people nowadays do not get that experience anymore. Like their naivety and ignorance is removed so quickly that it can be conditioned so quickly they no longer am open to try new things anymore. So the goal is, how as an adult, right, as someone who didn't grow up with the situation, nah, we're out of space. Oops. As an adult, how do we encourage the opposite? Okay, so, all right, now we're just gonna bash this and call it a day. So behind. I'm sorry, I laugh when I get way off course because it just means I did something that I didn't plan on doing, or like I didn't know exactly the nature of it, and that means it's a good day. Okay, so when we're bashing, it means we're breaking out the hot spray. We're breaking out the spray paint. Okay. Should we start with... Oh man, everything has a hue to it. So we gotta hue it up. Okay, so where are we going with it? Probably front. Front and then side? Yeah. Because that's what we're doing here. Yeah. So front, then side. I want to have at least 2 light sources. And then we'll do a... Oh, we could put in a bounce light as well. So it's 3 light sources. Let's just start with 1. Yeah. Your butt. Should make the butt more detailed. We should have detailed the butt. Right. So this way. This way. Okay, we got that color down. Guess we can do. Okay. Oops. Yeah, we're not gonna see too much with the black. Where we got too dark. We did too dark already. That's okay. I don't want to bash too hard here. You need a bright screen too. You need a bright screen to see what I did there. I can tell you that. Bright and high contrast ratio. Not for the faint of heart. Alright. Guess we got the tail. Oh no! Okay. Fine. I put this on the same layer? Oh, right. Of course I did. That's the shadow layer. Doing this stuff is how I feel. Makes me really feel like we're in the flow state. It's like, it looks fine. It looks fine. Everything looks fine. We're so soft. Like, everything's so soft. When you have to do contrast, like pop in contrast, you gotta pay attention, right? You gotta pay attention to that stuff. So we got a minimum requirement for that stuff. Ascension of self. Okay. So what I'm doing right now is the headlight, right? So first step was my pseudo kind of janky a little bit. I take liberties, and it's hard to describe the liberties right now. But we did the rim highlights. We're just gonna call them the highlights, and then the shadow occlusion lines, right? And the occlusion lines are just a shift down and shift up in saturation, and a shift up in black. And then the highlights are a shift in white, but no change in saturation. And then usually I would do this by hand, the next step, but now those are like two hard sources, I would say, like light interactions. And then for the spray paint, the fourth stage is a light that's like projected from you, so it's at the subject. So I'm just doing that right now, and it's a flow state thing. So I'm like, I guess this part would be brighter, or this part would be brighter, kind of thing. So that's kind of what I mean by flow state, because like I'm going so soft that it just works out most of the time. So I'm providing depth, but it's not realistic lighting. The heck with realistic lighting. I'm just kidding, guys. I know some of you really like realistic lighting. Just I don't have those skills. So we just willy-nilly it. I could dip here and go up again. So this would be a dip, I guess. Or we can, oh, you know what? It could be like, and then dip up like this. See, just willy-nilly. Because our occlusion and stuff also aids in the form. So now our shirt has some depth, but we haven't gone through the second layer, which is the next process, which is glowing. We glow it up. So that's the next step. So we got to finish all this. I'm not trying to make it sound like it's easy. It's just what I'm doing is probably mechanically easier to say, because that's how I made it approachable for myself. That's how I made art approachable for myself. So if it sounds easy, then great, because I needed art to be really easy. Because I'm not an artist, right? So I need to break it down. How the... Oh, I see. Let's do it. Oh, I totally distracted myself. That's not what I wanted to do here. What the heck? I wanted to do this. No wonder it looked so weird. Okay. I almost flowed out of my state. Okay. This way. I mean, this is not going to be really helpful because we're too small. The space is too small. The highlights and the highlights are already sufficient. Highlight and occlusions are already sufficient to make it pop. It doesn't really need anything else. But we're just gonna go through the motion though. Ooh, that was atrocious. Okay, sometimes I do have to take it back because if it's too blebby, I take it back. Sometimes blebby is okay, but if it's like too blebby, it's still kind of blebby. We'll end up backglowing, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, so we did our blacks. Let's do our whites. Yeah, this way. Guess this is white. Ooh. Yeesh. I guess we're gonna do whole pieces here. Yeah, like whole pieces. Kind of like here. Oh wait. Oh, this is a different. This is actually not a white piece. This is a silver piece. Was this a silver piece too? I can't tell anymore. All the gray is blending together. All right. Okay. It's parts like these that I say the lighting is not realistic because I add a really harsh rim light or like a rim line, but really they end up getting darkened because they're further away, but I still really like it, so I keep them there anyways for form purposes. And I'm going underneath. I'm going underneath the lines. Okay. Right. Ear tips. Oh, we're definitely not doing that. We're just keeping those. Ew. We'll just do the outside. Wraps. Too little space. We're entering too little space territory. So yeah, so it's kind of like this, right? Yeah. And then the kunai, yeah. You know, we're just gonna make a little tiny like a, oh, you know, you can just, that'll be good enough. It's more or less the same as this. Oops. That should be good enough to highlight that, to give it a little, we can probably go dark here and do the opposite, like here, but underneath. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. They're far enough apart. Again, doesn't have to be realistic, just to highlight. Okay, let's go back. Where were we? We're here. Sure. It's the opposite this time. Kind of like this. It's fine. Can't really do anything about that. Too small. The kunai. Okay. Only concern with. Okay. So it's like. Hey. Okay, so yeah, fine. We'll do the inner ear. Too sharp. It's basically just go around it. There we go. All right. Now we do the glow up. which means going through the whole thing again. Alright. We don't have to do every part, just the big ones. Okay. But yeah, this part definitely needs a little bit. Boost the dynamic range a little. Uh, Okay. Now we do the eyes. I totally forgot about the eyes. uh, Running out of space. Uh, okay. That's a little too aggressive, huh? Okay. All right. So I think that's fine for the glow up. And then now we do point lighting. It's basically super hecka cheap. Okay. Wait, maybe not that aggressive. Nah, that's too much. We have too many things. We're just gonna cheat and do to really just... This is one of those parts like, I should really learn how to make a mask, you know? A mask would be very helpful here, but it's fine. Here's some catharsis to I'm gonna make a Persona-esque background, probably. We don't have to clear all the edges because the Persona background also requires that we put a drop shadow on the subject. And that will make even the directional lighting stick out. So we're gonna put a drop shadow on this. And have a little fun with some vector tools, I suppose. What layer is this? Gives us an opportunity to see where all our if we missed any edges or anything like that. Okay. Where's this? Okay. And I guess we're just manually gonna put it in a drop shadow. This will be pretty clean. That's okay. All will make sense in a bit. Okay, where? I'm cutting corners. We're not gonna try to, this is definitely, the way to cut corners on doing this, like, exactly. All right, it's almost, we're gonna have to do background. And this is what this part is for. All right. I guess my subject's kind of centered, right? Should we ground the guy? Nah. It's gonna do like the brilliant. Okay, what type of pattern are we going for? This is probably where we're gonna put our skin tones, our screen tones. Cheat. All right. Let's see. What's a good complementary? I think we're missing yellow, like gold. So I am gonna go with. I have the color palette in mind. Okay, this color palette. All right. All right. First, we gotta get the Monka background, right? Pretty sure it's this. Let's see if we missed anything. Okay. Oops. Okay. All right. All right. Break out our single density pencil and you golly whiz. I think those are kind of primary colors. Maybe? No. Ooh. There's a circle too. Nah, it's only a single person, so let's do. Holy heck. That's actually impressive. Uh, okay. You know what? Let's. This is we're going on we're going flow state now. Sure. Maybe 3 times. This is harder than it looks, okay? Wow, they filled it in? Holy. Okay, hold on. Pick another color. More. This is fun. So I guess we just do a couple of these and then just repeat and call it a day. But shrink it down. Yeah. I'm just arbitrarily choosing colors, but there's actually a rhyme. There's actually a pattern to the reference. So interesting how they decided on the color. Oh, you know what? Is it because of all the color? Oh, maybe that's how they did it. It's because it's all the colors of the outfit. It is. That makes so much sense. Oh. Yeah, so they have like a collage of all the characters, and all their accessories have primary colors, like fully saturated colors. And they created a ring of all the colors next to each other. And then they're stacked on top of each other. That's why it looks like it complements so well. Interesting. Except for some of them, I guess. Get us. We're gonna add some colors that'll balance this stuff out. So, fine. Like, we're gonna use our eyeballs. It's fine. We're gonna use our eyeballs. Oops. Let's throw cyan into it, right? Know some peeps who's a fan of cyan. What other color am I missing? Purple? No, we have maybe a dark purple? A pink? Primary. Okay. We need enough to fill like half, and then we're just gonna dupe. We're just duping and resizing because There's definitely a better way to do this, but I have not planned it. And because I haven't planned it, it's all about them shortcuts. That good enough? Let's throw in one more color. Pretty arbitrary. The lines are of different lengths because I want it that way. Let's throw in a pink. Sure. Seems okay. Okay. It gets the job done, right? You know? This experiment didn't go as crazy as I... It's good to experiment though. Okay, and then I see this part. Whoops. Oh no. Oh no, you didn't. It's fine. No one will ever know. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Wait. It's still fine. Oh no, what about this side? Okay, it's fine. Okay. Uh... Yeah, sure. Um... Oh. See. See. Okay, alright. Okay. Oh. Oh no. I've done goofed. I've goofed so hard. Oh no. Okay. I don't want to talk about my goofed. I should have kept all the circles separated. Oh no. Hold up. Hold up. Okay. Alright, hold up. I got this. What? Okay. Shh. No one say anything. I got this. Yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. Okay, okay. So then... Son of a... No. We can deal with this. We can deal with this. Oh! That's the wrong color. No one will ever notice. Shh. No one will know. Alright, now we have to deal with this stuff too. Hold up. So what, we did 2 layers, right? Okay, it's fine. Okay. What? Oh no. What? What's going on here? Why can't I, Oh. Okay. Oh no! I have to be, oh wait. No one panic. It's fine. This is fine. No one Oh no! Wait. It's good enough. I didn't do my due diligence, so this is getting jank. I didn't do my due diligence. It's fine. uh um uh ah sorry. Oh no. Okay, okay, we're going the other direction. Yeah, we're going the other direction. What? I cut nothing. Oh. What? Oh. Oh no. Not like this. It's fine. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. Yes. No one will ever know. Okay. So, there's still something else we have to do. Kind of looks like there is still perspective on these things. Oh no. Is it really underneath? Oh my gosh, I'm such a pep. It's fine. Fine. It's fine. Wait, this is fine. Why is this part? Oh. Is it? Where are you? I see you. Oh no, did I copy the white? Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Oh no. I just realized what I did there. We can't undo that, huh? Hmm. What if... What if... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold up. I can still... Wait. Oh, no. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I found it. Alright, well, technically the line is supposed to be behind the circle, but I guess if we're having it this way, we might as well... Yeah, that's not gonna... wait, hold. Oh. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just having fun now. Because, we definitely didn't experiment enough today. Okay. Okay. Let's improvise. Um. Okay. This is what I see. So, let's throw up some. Uh. Nope. Hmm? Okay, so it's like bam. Oop. Okay. Now I gotta get rid of the way I did this is adding an extra step every single time. Fine. This is fine. Or fine. Um let's throw in some blue. Let's throw in some, what other color balance we're not having? Some orange? I'm using the tone sheets as a way to create the same lighting direction as the guy. So that the directional lighting matches with the directional lighting on the character. And we might do a little dirty here. And no. It's okay. Okay. Alright. I think we're good. We're good. This is good enough. We threw in some tone sheets. You know what? We didn't ever get to cross hatching, so we're not gonna do that. But let's actually. Oh. There we go. I put those in because I'm unifying. I need to unify, place the character with a unifying theme with the background so that it doesn't look like it's jarring. So the tone sheets are just too angular with the tone sheets in the back, and then the drop shadows unifying the drop shadow with the character's drop shadow. All right, that took we're gonna probably say that took like 5 to 6 hours. We're not doing that again. We gotta be more frugal with our time. Yep, that was incredibly excessive. It's pretty nice though. We did definitely entered a state of it was a lot of definitely a lot of flowing. I don't even know where to write. I'll write it on here. Too much flow state. Okay. I don't even remember what this prompt was. Oh, it was Dagger. The prompt was Dagger. That's hilarious. All right, let's write it down here. Yeah. Today is we're officially at the midpoint. We're officially at the midpoint. Ooh, that's actually really hard to see. Wow, tone sheets really make it interesting. Oh, write it here. Dang. That took a lot. That took a lot out of me, but it was a lot of fun. We're not gonna do that again. Freak. Man. Yikes. Alright. I guess we didn't get to playing the DLC, but nice. These things are getting way too elaborate. We cannot do this all the time. Alright, let's save this. Fine. Dagger. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, J-Arts. Does the J stand for Japanese? The professional Japanese arts? I was curious about that. I'm sure you'll have me another time. But yeah, let's end this. And final product. That's it. Alright, folks. As always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening, for chilling. As always, Pro-J is a... Oh, Proto-J. Oh, clever. Clever. Proto-J? That's clever. Nice. Yeah. Alright. Thanks for hanging out and talking and all that good stuff. Alright, guys. Thanks for listening. Thanks for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. Always feel free to comment, share, and discuss. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.